Welcome, listener, to a journey that will challenge your perceptions of humanity and the natural order. H.G. Wells's The Island of Dr. Moreau is not merely a tale of science fiction, but a profound exploration of the ethical boundaries of scientific pursuit and the essence of what it means to be human. In this version, the classic book is presented in the iconic literary style of Orson Scott Card. As you embark on this audio experience, prepare to grapple with questions that have haunted mankind since the dawn of consciousness. What separates us from the beasts? How far should we go in our quest for knowledge and power over nature? And at what point does the creator become the monster? This story will take you to the edge of sanity, to a place where the line between man and animal blurs beyond recognition. It will force you to confront the beast that lurks within us all and to question the very foundations of morality and civilization. So steel yourself, dear listener, for a tale that is as relevant today as it was when first penned over a century ago. For on the island of Dr. Moreau, nothing is quite as it seems, and the greatest horrors often wear a human face. If you enjoy this content, we invite you to subscribe to our channel and like this video so that others like you can find our content. It really helps us build the channel.
Introduction. The vast expanse of the South Pacific Ocean stretched in all directions, an endless blue broken only by the occasional wisp of cloud drifting overhead. The intense tropical sun beat down mercilessly on the small open boat as it bobbed and swayed on the swells. Inside, a man lay curled on his side, his skin blistered and peeling, his lips cracked and bleeding. He had long ago run out of both food and water. Death would have been a mercy, but it continued to elude him as he drifted aimlessly, day after day, beneath the pitiless sun. Edward Prendick had no idea how long he had been adrift when the schooner found him. Time had lost all meaning as he slipped in and out of fevered dreams filled with the screams of drowning men and the splintering of wood. In his more lucid moments, he tried to piece together the events that had left him in such dire straits, but the memories remained frustratingly out of reach, dancing at the edges of his consciousness. He remembered the Lady Vane, the ship he had been aboard when something had happened. Try as he might, he could not recall the details. Had there been a collision, a storm? He vaguely recalled being thrown into the churning sea as the ship listed heavily to one side, the decks awash with water and debris. But everything after that was blank, a yawning void where his memories should have been. When the sailors from the Ipecacuanha hauled his limp body out of the boat and onto the deck of the schooner, Prendick could only mumble incoherently, his mind addled by exposure and dehydration. The ship's captain, a rough-hewn man named Davies, regarded him with a mixture of pity and suspicion. "Looks like he's been through the ringer, this one," Davies remarked to his first mate, scratching his unkempt beard. "Can't make heads or tails of his ramblings. Something about an island and beasts. Poor blighter's cracked, if you ask me." As Prendick lapsed into unconsciousness, strange visions swam through his tortured mind. He saw the island the captain had mentioned rising out of the mist-shrouded sea like the emerald carapace of a monstrous turtle. He saw dense jungles and jagged volcanic peaks black against a blood-red sky, and he saw things moving through the undergrowth, shambling horrors that made his skin crawl, even in the depths of delirium. Were they memories or nightmares? He could no longer tell. The sailors nursed Prendick back to a semblance of health as the Ipecacuanha made its way back to civilization. Physically, his recovery was nothing short of miraculous given his ordeal. But his mind remained fragmented, his recollections of the missing time no more than fever dreams and phantasms. By the time they put into port at Apia, he had managed to convince Davies and the crew that he remembered nothing of how he came to be adrift in the boat, or of the events leading up to it. Prendick took his leave of the schooner, anxious to be rid of the cloying solicitude of the sailors and their probing, curious stares. He felt like a specimen under a microscope, a puzzle to be poked and prodded and figured out. All he wanted was to return to London, to lose himself in the comforting familiarity of home, and perhaps, in time, to forget the whole ghastly business. But it was not to be. No sooner had he stepped ashore than the dreams began. Vivid, terrifying nightmares that jolted him awake in a cold sweat night after night. In them, he was back on the island, running for his life through the stifling, labyrinthine jungle while unseen horrors bayed and gibbered in pursuit. He would awaken with their snarls still ringing in his ears, his heart pounding a desperate tattoo against his ribs. Moreover, he found himself increasingly prone to what his doctors charitably termed mental abstraction, bouts of fog-bound confusion during which he would drift through the streets of London in a daze, muttering of beasts and monsters and unholy experiments. More than once he had to be physically restrained from assaulting strangers, in whom he thought he recognized some diabolical figure from his nightmares. Before long, there was talk of committing him to an asylum for his own safety and that of the public. It was during this dark period, when Prendick's grip on both past and present seemed most tenuous, that his nephew Charles came across the battered journal. He had been sorting through his uncle's papers when a sheaf of loosely bound pages, ragged and yellowed, and covered in crabbed, spidery handwriting, slipped from between the leaves of a book and fluttered to the floor. Curious, Charles had picked them up and begun to read. What he found there defied belief. His uncle's account told a tale of unimaginable horror and madness, of grotesque surgical abominations and blasphemous crimes against nature, of an island ruled by a twisted genius whose hubris and amorality knew no bounds. It spoke to things that should not be, that could not be, and yet the sheer visceral power of Prendick's prose gave the story a terrible, undeniable veracity. Charles had no idea what to make of his uncle's journal. Part of him dismissed it as the ravings of a shattered mind, but another, deeper part could not shake the conviction that there was truth hidden among the fever dreams and delirium, that his uncle had endured and witnessed things on that accursed island, things too awful for the rational mind to accept. In the end, Charles could not bring himself to destroy the journal, despite the potential ruin it could bring to Edward's already tarnished reputation if its contents ever became public. Instead, he sealed it away with his uncle's other papers, there to gather dust while Edward spent his remaining days in the safe, anesthetizing embrace of the asylum. And so the question lingered, even as the man at the center of the mystery descended into irretrievable madness and silence. What really happened to Edward Prendick during those lost months? What manner of hell had he endured on that lonely speck of volcanic rock so far from the eyes of God and man? The journal offered tantalizing glimpses and clues, but the full truth remained as elusive and unknowable as the abominations Prendick hinted lurked in the island's shadowed heart. Perhaps, Charles mused, it was better that way. Perhaps there were some secrets humanity was never meant to unravel, some veils best left undisturbed. He could only pray that his uncle had found some measure of peace in his shattered psyche, and that the horrors that had pursued him from that benighted shore would trouble his dreams no more. Chapter 1. Adrift. I sit in the corner of the dingy tavern, nursing a pint of bitter ale as I try to gather my thoughts. The low murmur of conversation and the clink of glasses provide a comforting background noise, a reminder that I am back among the living after my harrowing ordeal. But even here, in the warm lamplight and press of humanity, I cannot escape the memories that haunt me. It has been 3 months since the schooner picked me up, more dead than alive, from that accursed dinghy in the middle of the Pacific. 3 months since I watched Helmar and the seamen kill each other in a brutal struggle for survival, leaving me alone with nothing but the sun and the sea and the weight of my own despair. The doctors say I am lucky to be alive, that my recovery is nothing short of miraculous. But there are times when I wonder if death would not have been preferable to living with the horrors I endured. The Lady Vane was 10 days out of Callao when disaster struck. I had taken passage on the vessel, seeking to escape the tedium of my life in England and perhaps find some measure of adventure in the exotic lands of the South Pacific. Little did I know that I would get far more adventure than I bargained for. It was late at night when the collision occurred. I was roused from my sleep by a tremendous jolt that sent me tumbling from my berth, followed by the sound of splintering timbers and rushing water. The ship had struck a derelict, a ghostly hulk drifting aimlessly on the open sea, and was taking on water fast. Chaos erupted as passengers and crew alike scrambled for the lifeboats. In the confusion, I found myself thrust into a dinghy with 3 other men: Helmar, a fellow passenger, and 2 sailors from the crew. We barely had time to shove off before the Lady Vane vanished beneath the waves, taking most of her complement with her. As the cries of the drowning faded into silence and the long, dark night closed in around us, the true extent of our predicament began to sink in. We were adrift in the middle of the Pacific, hundreds of miles from the nearest land, with no food, no water, and little hope of rescue. The sea stretched out in all directions, an endless expanse of black glass under a sky ablaze with alien stars. On the morning of the second day, we realized that Constans, one of the sailors, was missing. At some point during the night, the poor devil had slipped over the side and drowned without a sound. His loss hit us hard, a grim reminder of the fragility of our own lives. From that moment on, a pall of doom seemed to settle over the boat, a suffocating sense of our own mortality. As the days crawled by with agonizing slowness, our suffering grew ever more acute. The sun beat down on us with merciless intensity, blistering our skin and parching our throats. Hunger gnawed at our bellies like a living thing, until we were reduced to catching and eating the occasional flying fish that strayed too close to the boat. But worst of all was the thirst, a maddening, all-consuming need that drove us to the brink of insanity. We had managed to salvage a few tins of water from the Lady Vane before she went down, but they were soon exhausted. In desperation, we turned to drinking our own urine, and even that meager source of moisture soon ran dry. By the 6th day, we were licking the dew from the gunnels and sucking on bits of cloth soaked in seawater, heedless of the sores that erupted in our salt-ravaged mouths. It was on the evening of the 7th day, as the sun sank in a lurid blaze on the western horizon, that Helmar first gave voice to the thought that had been preying on all our minds. "We cannot go on like this," he said, his voice rough with thirst and despair. "We must draw lots, decide which of us will—" He did not finish the sentence, but he did not need to. We all knew what he was suggesting, that one of us must die so that the others might live. The idea was abhorrent, a violation of every civilized norm and moral precept. But as I looked around at the gaunt, wasted faces of my companions, I knew that we had passed beyond the bounds of civilization, into a realm where only the law of survival held sway. In the end, it was the seaman who voiced our reluctant assent. "Aye, it's the only way," he stammered, his eyes fever-bright in the gathering dark. "Better one of us than all." And so, with a heavy heart, I watched as Helmar tore a page from a waterlogged book of poetry, divided it into 3 equal strips, and marked one with a smudge of tar. We drew the strips with shaking hands, each of us praying to whatever gods might be listening that we would not be the ones selected for sacrifice. The seaman drew the marked strip. For a long moment he stared at it in mute horror, his face drained of all color. Then, with a suddenness that took us all by surprise, he lunged at Helmar with a bestial snarl, his hands outstretched like claws. The two men went down in a tangle of thrashing limbs, gouging and biting and pummeling each other with a savagery born of sheer desperation. I watched in helpless terror, too weak and shocked to intervene, as they rolled back and forth across the bottom of the boat, their bodies slick with sweat and blood. In the end, it was Helmar who emerged the victor, his throat torn open by the seaman's teeth, but his hands still locked around the other man's neck in a death grip. He held on until the last convulsive twitches had faded, and the seaman's eyes had gone dull and lifeless. Then he slumped back against the gunwale, gasping for breath, his hands and face smeared with gore. I know not how long I sat there in stunned silence, watching Helmar's chest rise and fall with each ragged breath. Time seemed to have lost all meaning, swallowed up by the enormity of what had just transpired. When I finally found my voice, it sounded small and thin to my own ears, a meager thing lost in the vastness of the sea. "What have we done?" I whispered. "Dear God, what have we become?" Helmar did not answer. His eyes had taken on a glassy, far-away look, as though he were staring into some inner abyss. He moved mechanically, like a marionette, as he set about the grisly task of butchering the seaman's corpse for what little sustenance it might provide. I could not bring myself to partake of that awful feast. Some last shred of humanity, some vestigial moral revulsion, held me back. Instead, I huddled in the stern of the boat, as far from Helmar as I could get, and waited for death to claim me. It was not long in coming. By dawn of the 8th day, Helmar had slipped into a delirious stupor, raving of home and family in a cracked, unrecognizable voice. By noon, he was dead, his body already beginning to bloat and stink in the tropical heat. I was alone then, adrift in a sea of madness and despair. The sun hammered down on me, the glare reflecting off the water with an almost physical force. My skin blistered and peeled, my lips cracked and bled. I became convinced that I was being watched, that some malevolent presence lurked just beneath the surface of the placid sea, biding its time until I was too weak to resist. When the schooner finally appeared on the horizon, I thought it was another hallucination, a phantom born of my fevered imaginings. It was not until I heard the shouts of the crew, saw the glint of sunlight off the red hair of the man at the bow, that I realized it was real. They hauled me aboard, a barely living wraith with skin like parchment and eyes sunk deep into my skull. I remember the dark face of the ship's cook as he pressed a cup of water to my lips, the liquid searing my throat like molten lead. Then the world went soft and gray around the edges, and I spiraled down into a merciful oblivion. I have never spoken of what happened in the dinghy, not even to the doctors who tended me during my long convalescence. How could I begin to explain the extremes to which the human animal can be driven by the basic need to survive? How could I put into words the agony of watching the last vestiges of our humanity stripped away, leaving us as naked and savage as any beast? No, it is better to keep silent, to bury the memories deep and try to forget. But I know that I will carry the scars of my ordeal for the rest of my life, both physical and emotional. And in my darker moments, I catch myself wondering if, faced with the same terrible choice, I would have had the strength to resist the call of the abyss. God help me, I pray I never have to find out. Chapter 2. The Schooner. The first thing I became aware of was the gentle rocking motion of the ship. It was a soothing sensation, like being cradled in the arms of a mother. and for a moment I allowed myself to drift in that peaceful space between waking and sleeping. But as consciousness returned, so too did the memories of the ordeal I had endured. They crashed over me like a wave, dragging me down into a whirlpool of terror and despair. I sat bolt upright, gasping for breath, my heart pounding a frantic tattoo against my ribs. My surroundings were unfamiliar, a small, untidy cabin with a low ceiling and walls that seemed to press in on me from all sides. Panic rose in my throat, and I had to fight down the urge to scream. "Easy there, fellow. You're safe now." The voice startled me, and I whipped my head around to see a young man sitting on a stool beside the narrow bunk I occupied. He had a shock of flaxen hair and a lean, angular face that might have been handsome if not for the wary, guarded look in his pale blue eyes. "Who are you?" I croaked, my voice rusty from disuse. "Where am I?" "My name is Montgomery," the man said, "and you're aboard the schooner Ipecacuanha bound for Hawaii by way of a small island where I have business to attend to." There was something evasive about the way he said it, a hint of some deeper secret lurking beneath the surface of his words. But I was too exhausted and addled to press him further. "How did I get here?" I asked instead. Montgomery leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "We found you adrift in a dinghy about 100 miles northeast of where we are now. You were in a bad way, delirious with thirst and exposure. We thought you were done for, but you're a tough one, mister." "Prendick," I supplied. "Edward Prendick." He nodded. "Well, Mr. Prendick, you're lucky to be alive. Another day in that boat and you'd have been fish food." I shuddered as the memories came flooding back. The searing heat of the sun, the maddening thirst, the slow, inexorable slide into despair, and worst of all, the things we had done. Helmar and the seamen and I in our desperate bid for survival. Montgomery must have seen the haunted look in my eyes, for he quickly changed the subject. "You've been unconscious for the better part of 3 days. We had to force water down your throat to keep you hydrated. Are you hungry? I can have the cook bring you some broth." At the mention of food, my stomach clenched and roiled. The thought of eating anything, even something as innocuous as broth, was repellent to me after the horrors I had witnessed. I shook my head. "Very well," Montgomery said, "but you'll need to get your strength back eventually. You've been through quite an ordeal." As if to punctuate his words, a series of growls and snarls erupted from somewhere above us, followed by the sound of scuffling and a sharp yelp of pain. I sat up straighter, my eyes wide. "What in God's name was that?" Montgomery's mouth tightened. "Just some animals we're transporting. Pay them no mind." But I could not help but be disturbed by the noises. They sounded like no animals I had ever heard before, deeper and more guttural, with an almost human-like quality that sent shivers down my spine. Seeing my unease, Montgomery rose and went to a small cabinet on the opposite wall. He took out a bottle of amber liquid and poured a generous measure into a glass. "Here," he said, pressing the drink into my hand. "This will help settle your nerves." I hesitated, but the lure of oblivion was too strong to resist. I tipped the glass to my lips and drank deeply, feeling the burn of the alcohol as it coursed down my throat and into my hollow belly. It was like swallowing fire, but I welcomed the pain. Anything to dull the ache of memory. As I drained the glass, I studied Montgomery more closely. He was younger than I had first assumed, perhaps in his late 20s or early 30s, with a wiry build and a restless energy that seemed at odds with his profession. For I had no doubt that he was a doctor of some sort. The way he had tended to me and the casual authority with which he spoke of medical matters made that much clear. "What is your line of work, Mr. Montgomery?" I asked, emboldened by the drink. "Are you a ship's surgeon?" He gave a wry smile. "In a manner of speaking, I have a background in biology and medicine, but my true passion lies in, shall we say, more esoteric pursuits." Once again, I sensed that he was holding something back, some vital piece of information that might shed light on the strange atmosphere aboard the _Ipecacuanha_. But before I could press him further, another round of growls and yelps sounded from above, followed by a string of angry shouts and curses. Montgomery's face darkened. "Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Prendick. I need to see to our cargo." He hurried from the cabin, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the lingering burn of the alcohol in my gut. I lay back on the bunk, staring up at the low ceiling as the ship creaked and groaned around me like a living thing. Despite the drink, I could not shake the sense of unease that had settled over me like a shroud. There was something deeply wrong about this ship and its peculiar inhabitants. The shifty, close-mouthed Montgomery, the incompetent Captain Davies, the unseen animals that snarled and snapped in the hold. It was as if I had stumbled into a waking nightmare, a world where the normal rules of civilization and morality had been suspended. As I drifted into a fitful doze, my mind churned with dark imaginings. What manner of beasts were imprisoned in the bowels of the _Ipecacuanha_, and for what nefarious purpose? What awaited us on Montgomery's mysterious island, with its ominous, unnamed designation? And what role was I, an unwitting castaway, to play in this unfolding drama? Sleep eluded me, and I found myself slipping into a kind of feverish half-dream, my thoughts spinning out along dark and twisted paths. In my mind's eye, I saw the dinghy again, its bottom stained with the blood of the seaman. I heard the crack of bone and the wet, tearing sounds of Helmar's terrible feast. And beneath it all, like a demonic chorus, the growls and barks and howls of the ship's monstrous cargo echoed in my skull. I do not know how long I lay there, trapped between sleep and waking, before Montgomery returned. When I opened my eyes, I found him standing over me, his face grave and his hands clasped behind his back. "I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Prendick," he said. "The animals can be difficult to control at times." There was a brittleness to his voice, a hint of strain that belied his casual words. I struggled to sit up, my head pounding and my mouth dry as parchment. "Mr. Montgomery," I said, my words slurring slightly, "I demand to know what is going on aboard this ship. What are those asterisk things, asterisk in the hold, and where are we really going?" For a long moment he stared at me, his blue eyes unreadable. Then he sighed and sank down onto the stool beside the bunk. "I suppose you have a right to know," he said slowly. "But I must warn you, Mr. Prendick, the truth may be more than you can bear." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, and as he began to speak, I felt a cold hand of dread close around my heart, for I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 3: The Strange Face. I awoke to the sound of Montgomery's voice, low and urgent, just outside the cabin door. "I don't care what you think, Captain. That man is under my protection, and I won't have you or your crew laying hands on him." A deep, slurred voice responded, thick with drink and belligerence. That thing ain't a man, Montgomery. It's a monster, plain and simple, and I won't have monsters on my ship." "He's no monster," Montgomery snapped. "He's a human being, albeit one who has suffered greatly, and he is vital to my work on the island." My curiosity piqued, I struggled to sit up, ignoring the wave of dizziness that washed over me. The cabin door burst open, and Montgomery strode in, his face flushed with anger. Behind him, framed in the doorway, stood the most grotesque figure I had ever seen. It was a man, or at least it had the general shape of a man. But there was something horribly wrong with its proportions, as if it had been put together from mismatched parts. Its limbs were too long and spindly, its torso too short and hunched, and its face ... Oh God. Its face was like something out of a nightmare. The skin was a mottled black, covered in coarse hair that sprouted in uneven patches. The nose was flat and broad, the lips thick and rubbery. But worst of all were the eyes, small, glittering black orbs that darted from side to side with a feral, almost animal-like intelligence. I must have made some sound of horror, for Montgomery glanced back at the figure and then at me, his expression softening. "Easy, Prendick. This is Maling. He's my assistant of sorts." Maling grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, yellowed teeth. He made a guttural sound that might have been a greeting or a threat. I couldn't tell which. Captain Davies shouldered his way past Montgomery, his piggish eyes narrowing as he caught sight of me. "So, our castaway's awake, is he? About bloody time." He reeked of cheap whiskey and stale tobacco, and his skin had the sallow, pock-marked look of a man who had spent too many years pickled in his own juices. He jabbed a finger at Montgomery. "I want that creature off my ship. Do you hear me? I won't be responsible for what happens if it stays." Montgomery drew himself up to his full height, his jaw clenching. "I've already told you, Captain. Maling is under my protection. And need I remind you that it is my money that is funding this expedition? You'll do as I say, or you'll find yourself without a customer." Davies's face darkened, but he knew he was beaten. With a final venomous glare at Maling, he turned and stomped out of the cabin, muttering curses under his breath. Montgomery let out a long, slow breath and turned to me. "I apologize for that, Prendick. The captain can be difficult at times, but I assure you Maling is quite harmless. He's just different." I eyed the black-faced figure warily. "Different? How, exactly?" Montgomery hesitated, as if weighing how much to tell me. "Maling is the product of certain experiments I have been conducting. Experiments that I believe will revolutionize our understanding of biology and what it means to be human." He must have seen the shock and revulsion on my face, for he quickly added, "I know how it must sound, Prendick, but I assure you my work is grounded in solid scientific principles. What I am doing ... it is for the betterment of mankind. I truly believe that." I didn't know what to say. The idea of a man playing God, of twisting and warping the very fabric of nature to suit his own ends ... was almost too horrible to contemplate. And yet, there was a part of me that was fascinated despite myself. What kind of mind could conceive of such audacious experiments? What wonders or horrors might be unleashed as a result? Montgomery must have sensed my inner turmoil, for he clapped me on the shoulder and gave me a reassuring smile. "Come, Prendick, let's get you out of this stuffy cabin and into the fresh air. I think you'll find the _Ipecacuana_ to be a most ... interesting vessel." Interesting was hardly the word I would have chosen. As I stepped out onto the deck, blinking in the harsh glare of the sun, I was assailed by a riot of sensations. The air was thick with the stench of animal waste and rotting fish, overlaid with the sharp tang of salt and tar. The deck was littered with coils of rope and barrels of provisions, all jumbled together in haphazard piles. But it was the animals that truly caught my attention. They were everywhere, cages upon cages stacked along the railings, filled with a bizarre menagerie of creatures. I saw staghounds and rabbits, a puma pacing restlessly back and forth, even a llama chewing placidly on a mouthful of hay. and in between the cages prowled a pack of muzzled dogs, their eyes glinting with a feral, hungry light. Montgomery saw me staring and chuckled. "Quite the collection, isn't it? All bound for my island, to serve as subjects for my experiments." Once again, I felt a chill run down my spine at the casual way he spoke of his work. What kind of man could treat living beings as mere raw material, to be cut and spliced and reshaped according to his whims? As if sensing my unease, Montgomery draped an arm around my shoulders and steered me towards the bow of the ship. "Don't worry, Prendick. You're safe here. I promise you that. And once we reach the island, I think you'll find it to be a most enlightening experience." I wasn't so sure about that. But as I stood there, feeling the wind whip through my hair and the spray of the sea on my face, I couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement mingled with the fear. For better or worse, I had been plucked from the jaws of death and thrust into a world beyond anything I had ever known. A world of strange beasts and twisted science, where the very boundaries of what it meant to be human were being redrawn. And at the center of it all was Montgomery, with his piercing blue eyes and his talk of bettering mankind. What secrets lay behind that enigmatic smile? What wonders and horrors awaited me on his island of lost souls? As the _Ipecacuanha_ plowed onwards through the waves, I could only watch and wait, my mind awhirl with dark speculations. Little did I know that I was sailing towards a destiny more terrifying than anything I could possibly imagine, a place where the laws of nature itself would be twisted beyond all recognition. The island of Dr. Moreau loomed ahead, and with it the promise of a voyage into the very heart of darkness. Chapter 4. The Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, the Ipecacuanha drew closer to Montgomery's mysterious destination. At first it was nothing more than a faint smudge of blue on the horizon, barely distinguishable from the sea and sky. But as we approached, I could make out the jagged outline of cliffs rising from the water, their faces streaked with gullies and crevices carved by centuries of wind and rain. A thin column of smoke rose from the center of the island, a gray spiral that stood out starkly against the deepening blue of the evening sky. I leaned on the railing, straining my eyes for a glimpse of the source of the smoke. A settlement, perhaps, or some sort of signal fire. Beside me, Montgomery stood silent and impassive, his gaze fixed on the approaching island. He had been oddly withdrawn since our earlier conversation, as if the weight of his past and the uncertainty of his future were pressing down on him like a physical burden. The captain, on the other hand, was conspicuous by his absence. He had been drinking heavily all day, growing progressively more argumentative and incoherent as the hours wore on. Finally, as the island came into view, he had staggered below decks, leaving the taciturn mate in command of the ship. I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at this development. The mate, a gaunt, sour-faced man with a permanent scowl etched into his weathered features, had made no secret of his contempt for Montgomery and his bizarre cargo. He seemed to take a perverse pleasure in tormenting the caged animals, jabbing at them with a stick and laughing at their frightened yelps and snarls. As the light faded and the stars began to emerge, Montgomery and I retired to the small cabin that served as the ship's mess. The captain was nowhere to be seen, and the mate had taken over his usual spot at the head of the table, glowering at us as we picked at the stringy salt pork and hardtack that constituted our evening meal. The atmosphere was tense and uncomfortable, the silence broken only by the clink of utensils and the occasional muffled sound of the animals in their cages. I found myself longing for the relative comfort and familiarity of the dinghy, even with all its attendant horrors. At least there I had known where I stood. Here, on this strange ship, with its eerie cargo and hostile crew, I felt adrift in more ways than one. After dinner, Montgomery and I retreated to the deck, seeking solace in the cool night air and the glittering expanse of stars overhead. The island loomed closer now, a black mass against the starry sky, its cliffs painted silver by the light of the waning moon. For a long moment we stood in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. Then Montgomery spoke, his voice low and pensive. "I suppose you're wondering what I'm doing out here, Prendick. Why I've chosen to exile myself on this god-forsaken spit of land in the middle of nowhere." I glanced at him, surprised by his sudden candor. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious," I admitted. "But I understand if you don't want to talk about it." He shook his head, a rueful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "No, it's all right. I owe you an explanation after everything you've been through." He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what he was about to say. "You see, Prendick, I was once a man of science, much like yourself. I had a promising career in London, working at the forefront of biological research. But my methods were unorthodox, to say the least. I pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in pursuit of knowledge and progress." He fell silent for a moment, his eyes distant. "There was an incident at the university, an experiment gone wrong, a life lost. The details are unimportant now. Suffice it to say, I was ruined, cast out of the scientific community, my reputation in tatters." I felt a pang of sympathy for the man. I knew all too well the price of pursuing one's passions, of reaching for the stars only to have them turn to ashes in one's grasp. Montgomery continued, his voice tinged with bitterness. "I had nowhere else to go, no one to turn to. That's when I met him. The man who owns this island, the one who has funded my research for the past 5 years. Who is he?" I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. Montgomery shook his head. "I can't tell you that, Prendick. Not yet. Suffice it to say, he is a man of great wealth and influence, with a passionate interest in the advancement of science. He offered me a chance to continue my work, free from the constraints and moral strictures of so-called civilized society." He turned to face me, his eyes glittering in the moonlight. "But there is a price to be paid for such freedom, Prendick. A price measured in blood and secrecy, in the slow erosion of one's humanity. I fear I may have paid too high a price already." Before I could respond, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned to see Montgomery's deformed attendant, Meling, lurking in the shadows at the edge of the deck. The black-faced creature was staring at us intently, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light that sent a shiver down my spine. Montgomery noticed my discomfort and called out to the creature, "Meling, come here, boy." The thing shambled forward, moving with a strange, loping gait that was neither wholly human nor wholly animal. As it drew closer, I could see that its eyes were indeed glowing, reflecting the moonlight like the eyes of a cat or a wolf. Montgomery laid a hand on the creature's misshapen head, a gesture that was both affectionate and strangely proprietorial. "Don't mind him, Prendick. He's harmless, I assure you. Just another one of my experiments." I couldn't tear my gaze away from those glowing eyes, so alien and yet so familiar. They reminded me of something from my childhood, a half-remembered nightmare that had haunted me for years. A creature with the face of a man and the eyes of a beast, lurking in the shadows of my bedroom, waiting to pounce. Montgomery must have sensed my unease, for he quickly dismissed Meling and turned back to me, his expression inscrutable. "It's late, Prendick. We should both get some rest. Tomorrow will be a busy day when we reach the island." I nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. As I made my way back to my cabin, the sound of the staghounds howling in their cages echoed in my ears, mingling with the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. That night, my dreams were haunted by visions of glowing eyes and misshapen creatures, of an island shrouded in mist and mystery. I tossed and turned in my narrow bunk, the ship's timbers creaking and groaning around me like the bones of some great, dying beast. When I finally awoke, it was to the sound of Montgomery's voice, sharp and urgent in the dawn light. "Prendick, come quick, we've arrived!" I stumbled to the porthole, blinking away the last vestiges of sleep, and there, rising from the mist-shrouded sea like a nightmare made manifest, was the island. Montgomery's Island, the place where the laws of nature and the boundaries of morality seemed to blur and dissolve like ink in water. As I gazed upon that forbidding shore, a sense of dread settled over me, like a physical weight. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever awaited me on that island would change me forever, in ways I could scarcely begin to imagine. And yet, even as fear coiled in the pit of my stomach, I felt a thrill of excitement, of anticipation. For good or ill, I had embarked upon a journey into the unknown, a voyage to the very edge of human understanding. There could be no turning back now. Chapter 5. Cast Off. I awoke to the sound of chaos. The schooner was alive with activity, the deck echoing with shouts and the pounding of feet. I stumbled from my cabin, still groggy with sleep, and emerged into a scene of utter pandemonium. The captain, his eyes bloodshot and his face flushed with drink, was bellowing orders at the top of his lungs. "Get those damn animals off my ship," he roared, his voice slurring with each word. "I won't have them fouling up my deck any longer." The sailors scrambled to obey, hauling cages and crates towards the railing. I watched in horror as they began to heave the helpless creatures over the side, the air filling with the shrieks and howls of the condemned. Montgomery appeared at my elbow, his face pale and drawn. "Prendick, I'm sorry. I tried to reason with him, but he's beyond listening." "But why?" I demanded, my voice shaking with anger and disbelief. "Why would he do this?" Montgomery shook his head. "He's a superstitious fool. He thinks the animals are cursed, that they've brought bad luck on the voyage." He gestured towards the island, looming dark and menacing on the horizon. "And he's not alone. The crew are all on edge, whispering about strange sounds and unnatural creatures. They want no part of what awaits us on that island." As if to punctuate his words, a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned to see one of the sailors struggling with a caged puma, the beast's claws raking deep gashes in the man's arm. With a final desperate heave, the sailor flung the cage over the railing, the puma's cries fading into the depths. I felt sick to my stomach, my head spinning with the sheer, wanton cruelty of it all. These were living, breathing creatures, condemned to a slow and agonizing death for no reason other than the ignorant fears of a handful of men. As I stood there, paralyzed with horror and disgust, the captain's gaze fell upon me. His eyes narrowed, and a cruel, mocking smile spread across his bloated face. "Well, well, well," he sneered, his words dripping with contempt. "If it isn't our guest of honor, the great and mighty Mr. Edward Prendick." He took a step towards me, his breath rank with whiskey. "I've got news for you, Mr. Shut-Up. You're not welcome on my ship any more." I blinked, uncomprehending. "What do you mean?" "I mean you're getting off, you bloody fool. I won't have you cluttering up my deck, not with that island waiting for us. You're bad luck, just like those damn animals." Montgomery stepped forward, his hands held out in a placating gesture. "Captain, please. Mr. Prendick is still recovering from his ordeal. He needs medical attention, not—" "I don't give a damn what he needs," the captain roared. "He's going over the side, and that's final." I looked to Montgomery, desperate for some sign of support, some glimmer of hope. but his face was a mask of helpless resignation, his eyes filled with a silent apology. Beside him, his companion, the stern, gray-haired man I had seen conferring with him in hushed tones, watched the proceedings with an air of detached interest, as if the fate of a fellow human being was of no more concern to him than the weather. I felt a surge of betrayal, of anger and despair. These men who had taken me in and nursed me back to health were now content to stand by and watch as I was cast adrift, abandoned to the mercy of the open sea. But even as I opened my mouth to protest, to beg and plead for some shred of human decency, I felt rough hands seize me from behind. I struggled against their grip, but it was no use. I was weak and still half-starved, no match for the burly sailors who dragged me towards the railing. "No!" I cried out, my voice raw with terror. "Please, you can't do this! I'll die out there!" The captain only laughed, a harsh, ugly sound that sent chills down my spine. "That's not my problem, Mr. Shut-Up. Maybe you should have thought of that before you brought your bad luck on board." I felt myself being lifted, my feet leaving the deck. I caught a final glimpse of Montgomery's face, his features etched with guilt and remorse. Then, with a sickening lurch, I was falling, plunging towards the cold, unforgiving sea. I hit the water with a splash, the shock of the impact driving the air from my lungs. I flailed and gasped, my clothes dragging me down like leaden weights. For a terrifying moment I thought I would drown then and there, my lungs filling with salt water as I sank into the depths. But somehow, through sheer desperate instinct, I managed to claw my way back to the surface. I emerged, sputtering and choking, to find myself floating in a half-swamped dinghy, one of the lifeboats from the underscore, Ipecacuanha, underscore. The schooner was already pulling away, its sails billowing in the wind as it left me behind. I could see figures moving on the deck, sailors going about their work, with no more concern for my fate than if I had been one of the condemned animals. And there, standing at the railing, was Montgomery. He was staring at me, his face a mask of anguish and self-loathing. For a moment our eyes met, and I saw in his gaze a depth of regret and sorrow that struck me to the core. But then he turned away, his shoulders slumping as if under a great weight, and I knew with a sinking feeling of despair that I was truly alone. I huddled in the bottom of the dinghy, my clothes soaked through and my teeth chattering with cold and fear. The island was a dark smudge on the horizon, a forbidding presence that seemed to mock my helpless plight. I had no food, no water, no means of propulsion. I was utterly at the mercy of the currents and the wind, a tiny speck of life adrift in an endless expanse of blue. As the hours crawled by and the sun climbed higher in the sky, my despair only deepened. The heat was unbearable, the salt spray stinging my eyes and parching my throat. I could feel my strength ebbing away with each passing moment, my mind clouding with hunger and thirst and hopelessness. I thought of the animals cast overboard to drown or starve. I thought of Montgomery standing by in silent complicity as I was condemned to the same fate. And I thought of the stern, gray-haired man, watching it all unfold with the cold, dispassionate gaze of a scientist observing a particularly interesting specimen. What kind of men were these, I wondered, who could so easily discard the lives of others? What dark secrets lurked behind their civilized facades? What twisted philosophies guided their actions? As the sun began to sink towards the horizon and the shadows lengthened across the water, I felt myself slipping into a kind of numb, hopeless stupor. I had ceased to pray for rescue, ceased even to fear the prospect of my own impending death. All I could do was lie there, staring up at the vast, uncaring sky, and wait for the end to come. And as the first stars began to appear, glimmering points of light in the gathering darkness, I felt the last vestiges of my humanity slipping away, replaced by a dull animal despair. I was no longer Edward Prendick, the man of science and reason. I was just another lost soul cast adrift on the pitiless currents of fate. And as I drifted there, alone and abandoned, I knew that whatever awaited me on that distant, shrouded shore could bring no greater horror than the cruel indifference of my fellow man. Chapter 6: The Island of Dr. Moreau. I awoke to the sound of voices. At first I thought I was dreaming, my mind conjuring phantom sounds to torment me in my despair. But as I blinked against the harsh glare of the sun, I realized that the voices were real, and they were drawing closer. I struggled to sit up, my limbs stiff and aching from hours of lying in the bottom of the dinghy. The small craft was still afloat, but it had taken on a considerable amount of water, and every movement sent fresh rivulets trickling down my skin. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw that I was no longer alone on the endless expanse of the ocean. A small launch was approaching, cutting through the waves with purposeful speed, and there, standing in the prow, was a figure I recognized all too well. It was Montgomery, his flaxen hair whipping in the wind, and his face set in a grim expression. Beside him stood the white-haired man, his hands clasped behind his back, and his features as stern and unreadable as ever. I felt a surge of relief, mingled with a bitter anger. These men had stood by and watched as I was cast adrift, condemned to a slow and agonizing death. And now, it seemed, they had had a change of heart. As the launch drew alongside my dinghy, Montgomery called out to me, his voice almost lost in the roar of the engine. "Prendick, thank God we found you. Are you all right?" I wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the question. All right? I had been adrift for hours without food or water, my flesh blistered by the sun and my mind teetering on the brink of madness. But I bit back the acid retort that rose to my lips, knowing that I needed these men if I was to have any hope of survival. "I'm alive," I croaked, my voice rough and halting. "No thanks to you." Montgomery had the grace to look ashamed. "I'm sorry, Prendick. I tried to stop the captain, but he wouldn't listen. He's a superstitious fool, and he's got the crew riled up with talk of curses and bad luck." I glared at him, unmoved by his excuses. "You could have done more. You could have refused to let him abandon me." The white-haired man spoke then, his voice cold and clinical. "It would have made no difference. The captain's word is law on this ship, and he was determined to be rid of you. We had to bide our time, wait until he was distracted, before we could slip away to search for you." I looked at him, trying to read the truth in his pale, watery eyes, but his face was a mask, impenetrable and unreadable. Montgomery was already moving, tossing a rope to me and gesturing for me to tie it to the dinghy. "We'll tow you to the island," he said. "It's not far now." I did as he instructed, my fingers clumsy and numb with cold. As the launch began to move, pulling the dinghy in its wake, I caught my first glimpse of our destination. It was a low, thickly wooded island, its coastline fringed with jagged black rocks. In the center, rising above the dense canopy of trees, was a conical peak, its slopes wreathed in mist. There was something unsettling about the place, a sense of brooding menace that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As we drew closer, I saw that the island was not uninhabited. A cluster of ramshackle huts huddled on the shore, their walls made of rough-hewn logs and their roofs thatched with palm fronds. And moving among them, like ants swarming over a carcass, were a number of grotesque, misshapen figures. At first, I thought they were animals, some species of ape or monkey that had adapted to life on the island. But as we drew closer, I saw that they were men, or at least they had once been men. They were short and squat, with barrel chests and long, sinewy arms that hung almost to the ground. Their skin was a mottled gray, covered in coarse, bristly hair, and their faces were twisted and deformed, with protruding brows and jutting, almost snout-like jaws. But it was their eyes that struck me most, glittering with a feral, almost inhuman intelligence. They watched us approach with a wary curiosity, their gazes darting from the launch to the dinghy and back again. As we neared the shore, Montgomery called out to them, his voice sharp and commanding. "Back, all of you! Make way for the cargo!" The creatures scattered, slinking back into the shadows of the huts, but I could feel their eyes on me still, watching, waiting. We beached the launch on a narrow strip of gray sand, the waves lapping at its hull. Montgomery and the white-haired man leapt ashore, the latter barking orders to the twisted creatures who emerged from the huts to help with the unloading. I clambered out of the dinghy, my legs weak and unsteady beneath me. The sand was hot against my bare feet, the sun beating down on my head like a physical weight. As I stood there, swaying slightly, trying to get my bearings, I felt a hand close around my arm. I turned to see Montgomery, his face creased with concern. "Easy, Prendick," he said. "You've been through a lot. Let's get you inside, out of the sun." He led me up the beach, past the huts and the staring, whispering creatures, towards a low, sprawling building that seemed to be the centerpiece of the strange village. It was built of stone and timber, with a red-tiled roof and shuttered windows, and it had an air of solidity and permanence that set it apart from the ramshackle dwellings that surrounded it. As we approached, I saw that the building was surrounded by a high, wrought-iron fence, its bars twisted into intricate, almost organic patterns. Beyond the fence, I glimpsed a series of enclosures and cages filled with a bizarre menagerie of animals, apes and monkeys, pigs and goats, even a pair of sleek black jaguars that paced restlessly behind their bars. Montgomery ushered me through a gate in the fence, the white-haired man following close behind. As the gate clanged shut behind us, I felt a sense of unease wash over me, a prickling at the base of my spine that I couldn't quite shake. Inside, the building was cool and dim, its walls lined with shelves and cabinets filled with jars and bottles, surgical instruments, and strange twisted pieces of apparatus that I couldn't begin to identify. Montgomery led me to a small, sparsely furnished room, little more than a cell, with a narrow cot and a single barred window. He helped me to sit on the edge of the cot, his hands gentle as he checked my pulse and peered into my eyes. "You're dehydrated," he said, "and probably in shock. I'll have Maling bring you some water and something to eat. In the meantime, try to rest." I nodded, too exhausted to argue. As Montgomery turned to leave, I called out to him, my voice little more than a hoarse whisper. "What is this place?" I asked. "And those creatures outside, what are they?" Montgomery hesitated, his face clouding with some emotion I couldn't quite read. "This is a biological station," he said at last. "A place where my colleague and I conduct research into the very nature of life itself." He gestured towards the window, towards the cages and enclosures beyond. "The animals you saw, they are part of our work. As for the islanders," he shook his head, a grimace twisting his lips, "they are the products of that work, Prendick. The results of our experiments in the manipulation of living tissue." I stared at him, horror and fascination warring in my breast. "You mean you created them? Those twisted, misshapen things?" Montgomery met my gaze, his eyes haunted. "Not created, Prendick. Modified, altered. We have taken the raw clay of life and molded it to our will, seeking to unlock the secrets of evolution and adaptation." He turned to go, pausing in the doorway. "Rest now," he said. "Regain your strength. You're going to need it if you're to survive on this island." And with that, he was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the distant, unsettling sounds of the creatures that lurked beyond the walls of my prison. As I lay back on the cot, my mind reeling with the implications of Montgomery's words, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled into a world beyond my understanding, a place where the very laws of nature had been twisted and subverted. And as I drifted into a fitful, troubled sleep, I knew that whatever dark secrets this island held, I was now a part of them, for better or for worse. Chapter 7. The House of Pain. I awoke to the sound of screaming. At first I thought it was a dream, some lingering fragment of the nightmares that had plagued me since my arrival on this accursed island. But as I lay there, my heart pounding in my chest, I realized that the sound was all too real. It was a high, keening wail, like an animal in mortal agony. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing off the stone walls of the compound and rising to a crescendo of unbearable anguish. I sat up, my skin slick with sweat, my eyes straining to pierce the gloom. The room was lit only by a single guttering candle, casting long shadows that danced and writhed on the walls like tortured spirits. As I watched, one of the shadows detached itself from the wall and resolved into a figure. It was Montgomery, his face haggard and drawn, his eyes glittering with a feverish intensity. "What's happening?" I demanded, my voice hoarse with sleep and fear. "What is that horrible noise?" Montgomery shook his head, his lips pressed into a thin, hard line. "It's nothing, Prendick, just one of the animals. It quote S dot 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 it quote S in pain." I stared at him, incredulous. "In pain? It sounds like it's being tortured." He flinched at the word, his eyes darting away from mine. "It's not what you think. We're not cruel, Prendick. Everything we do here, it's for the greater good. To expand the boundaries of scientific knowledge and—" His voice trailed off, and he shook his head again, as if trying to convince himself as much as me. "Just try to ignore it," he said at last. "It'll be over soon." With that, he turned and hurried from the room, leaving me alone with the echoes of that terrible, inhuman screaming. I lay back on the bed, my mind racing. I had been on the island for 3 days now, and every moment had been a waking nightmare. From the moment I had set foot on that gray, desolate shore, I had known that something was deeply, horribly wrong. The islanders, with their twisted, misshapen bodies and their furtive, animal-like movements. The compound itself, with its high, iron-barred fences and its air of grim, brooding menace. And at the center of it all, the two men who ruled over this strange dystopian realm, Montgomery and Moreau. Moreau. The name sent a shiver down my spine even now. I had heard it before, whispered in the hallowed halls of London's scientific elite. A brilliant physiologist, a man who had pushed the boundaries of what was possible and permissible in the pursuit of knowledge. But there had been rumors, dark rumors of experiments that went beyond the pale, of animals twisted and warped by the scalpel and the syringe, their bodies and minds reshaped to suit some mad, unholy vision. And then there had been the scandal, the exposure of Moreau's work to the wider world, the outrage, the condemnation, the ruin of a once promising career. He had disappeared after that, vanished from the world of respectable science like a wraith in the night. Some said he was dead, others that he had fled to some far-flung corner of the globe to continue his grisly work in secret. And now, here I was, a prisoner on his island of horrors, forced to bear witness to the fruits of his twisted genius. I thought of the locked room at the heart of the compound, the heavy iron door that Montgomery guarded so jealously, the room from which those awful, agonized screams emanated, day and night without cease. What was happening behind that door? What new abominations was Moreau unleashing upon the world, here in this isolated outpost of hell? As the screams faded into a piteous whimpering moan, I knew that I had to find out. I had to know the truth, no matter how terrible it might be. With a sense of grim determination, I rose from the bed and made my way to the door. The screaming had stopped, but I could still hear the echoes of it ringing in my ears, a ghostly, unceasing refrain. Outside, the compound lay still and silent under the pitiless glare of the tropical sun. The islanders were nowhere to be seen, no doubt cowering in their huts in fear of their master's wrath. I avoided the main building with its air of sinister grandeur and made my way around the perimeter of the compound, keeping close to the high iron fence. The enclosures and cages that lined the inner yard were quiet now, the animals dozing fitfully in the heat, all except one. As I passed a heavy wooden cage, I heard a low, rumbling growl, and I turned to see a pair of eyes glinting at me from the shadows. It was a puma, a great, tawny beast with sleek, powerful flanks and a face that seemed almost human in its expression of rage and despair. It paced back and forth behind the bars, its tail lashing, its gaze fixed on me with an intensity that sent a chill through my blood. I had seen caged animals before, in the zoos and menageries of London, but there was something different about this one, something that spoke of a deeper, more profound kind of suffering. As I watched, the puma threw itself against the bars of its cage, its claws raking the wood, its jaws snapping with a force that would have torn a man's arm from its socket. And in that moment I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was no ordinary animal. It had been changed, modified by the same unholy science that had created the twisted monstrosities that walked this island on two legs. It was a thing that should not be, a blasphemy against the natural order. And yet, as I looked into its eyes, I saw something else there, something that went beyond mere animal instinct. I saw a glimmer of intelligence, of awareness, of a soul in torment. The puma met my gaze, and in that moment I felt a connection, a sense of kinship with this tortured, imprisoned creature. We were both victims of Moreau's madness, both helpless pawns in his twisted game. Tears stung my eyes, and I turned away, unable to bear the weight of that gaze any longer. What kind of man could do this, I wondered? What kind of monster could inflict such suffering on a living being, all in the name of science? Lost in my own dark thoughts, I wandered the compound, my feet carrying me towards the high barred gate that marked the entrance to this accursed place. The gate was locked, of course. Montgomery had seen to that on the very first day, making it clear that I was as much a prisoner here as the beasts in their cages. As I stood there, staring out at the dense, impenetrable jungle that surrounded the compound, I heard a sound behind me, a footstep, soft and stealthy on the packed earth. I turned, my heart in my throat, and found myself face to face with Moreau himself. He stood there, tall and gaunt in his white coat, his face lined and weathered beneath his shock of silver hair. For a long moment he regarded me in silence, his pale, watery eyes boring into mine with an intensity that made me want to shrink away. Then, slowly, he smiled, a cold, mirthless smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "Ah, Mr. Prendick," he said, his voice soft and mocking. "Taking a stroll, are we, admiring the beauties of our little paradise?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to meet his gaze. "I heard screaming," I said, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. "From the locked room. What are you doing in there, Moreau? What kind of unholy experiments are you conducting?" He chuckled, a low, dry sound that held no humor. "Experiments, Mr. Prendick? No, no, you misunderstand. What I do here is not experimentation, but art. The art of creation, of shaping living flesh to my will." He took a step closer, his eyes glittering with a fanatic light. "You think me a monster, don't you? a madman playing God with the very fabric of life itself. But I tell you, sir, that I am a visionary, a pioneer, exploring the uncharted frontiers of biological science. His voice dropped to a whisper, his breath hot against my face. The things I have seen, Mr. Prendick, the wonders I have wrought. You cannot imagine the power that lies within our grasp, the secrets that are waiting to be unlocked. I shook my head, my gorge rising at the madness in his words. Power? I spat. Secrets? All I see here is cruelty and suffering, and a contempt for the sanctity of life that borders on the diabolical. Moreau's face hardened, his eyes narrowing to icy slits. Cruelty? Suffering? These are the wages of progress, Mr. Prendick, the price we must pay for the advancement of knowledge. He leaned in closer, his voice a sibilant hiss. And as for the sanctity of life, what is life, sir, but raw material to be shaped and molded according to the will of the artist? These creatures, these poor dumb brutes, they are clay in my hands, to be formed and reformed as I see fit. I recoiled in horror, my mind reeling at the sheer, unmitigated evil of his words. In that moment, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was in the presence of a monster, a man whose soul had been twisted beyond all recognition by his own hubris and madness. Moreau must have seen the revulsion in my eyes, for he smiled again, that same cold, cruel smile. You disapprove, Mr. Prendick. You judge me, condemn me for my work, but in time you will come to see the beauty in what I do, the perfection of the forms I create. He turned to go, his white coat swirling about him like the wings of some great, predatory bird. In the meantime, I suggest you keep your nose out of matters that don't concern you. Montgomery has his orders, and you would do well to remember your place. With that, he was gone, leaving me alone in the sweltering heat of the compound, my mind awhirl with horror and despair. In that moment, I knew that I was trapped in a waking nightmare, a prisoner on an island ruled by a madman whose twisted vision knew no bounds. And as the distant screams began again, rising from the depths of Moreau's locked room like the wails of the damned, I sank to my knees in the dust, my head in my hands, and wept for the fate of my own immortal soul. Chapter 8. The Puma. The sun was high in the sky when Montgomery brought me my lunch, a tray of cold meats and fruit that he set down on the small table in my room with a clatter. I looked up at him, my eyes still red and swollen from my earlier tears, and saw that his face was drawn and haggard as if he, too, had been wrestling with some inner demon. "Moreau wants to see you," he said abruptly, his gaze flickering away from mine. "After you've eaten." I felt a chill run through me at the mention of that name, my mind flashing back to the terrible screams I had heard echoing through the compound. "Moreau," I repeated slowly, my voice heavy with dread. "What does he want with me?" Montgomery shrugged, a quick, jerky motion that betrayed his own unease. "I don't know. He doesn't confide in me, Prendick. I'm just his assistant." There was a bitterness in his tone that caught my attention, a hint of some deep-seated resentment that he couldn't quite hide. I leaned forward, my food forgotten, my gaze boring into his. "You're more than that, though, aren't you?" I pressed. "You're a scientist yourself, a man of learning and intelligence. What are you doing here, Montgomery, aiding and abetting a monster like Moreau?" He flinched at the accusation, his eyes darting to the door as if afraid that someone might overhear. When he spoke, his voice was low and urgent, barely above a whisper. "You don't understand, Prendick. You don't know what it's like to be cast out of the scientific community, to have your work condemned as heretical, as an affront to God and nature. I had nowhere else to go, no one else who would give me a chance to continue my research. His words struck a chord in me, a pang of empathy that cut through my fear and revulsion. I too had known what it was like to be an outsider, to be shunned and ostracized for daring to think beyond the narrow confines of conventional wisdom. But even as I opened my mouth to reply, a sudden piercing scream split the air, so close and so agonized that it made me jump in my seat. Montgomery's head snapped around, his face pale and stricken, and I saw his hands clench into fists at his sides. "What was that?" I demanded, my heart pounding in my chest. "That sounded like an animal in pain." "It's nothing," Montgomery said quickly, his voice tight with tension. "Just one of the specimens. Moreau is working on it." I stared at him, horror and disgust mingling in my gut. "Working on it," I repeated, my voice rising in pitch. "Is that what you call it? That animal sounds like it's being tortured." Montgomery shook his head, his eyes pleading. "It's not like that, Prendick. You don't understand the nature of Moreau's work, the sacrifices that must be made in the name of progress." I opened my mouth to argue, but before I could speak, the screams came again, louder and more desperate than before. They seemed to fill the room, echoing off the walls and ceiling until I thought my head would burst from the sheer, unbearable agony of it all. I clapped my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. The screams penetrated my very soul, tearing at me like the claws of some ravening beast. I could feel tears streaming down my face, hot and bitter, as I rocked back and forth in my chair, my mind reeling with horror and despair. Through the haze of my anguish, I dimly heard Montgomery's voice, low and urgent, as if coming from a great distance. "Prendick, listen to me. You have to understand, Moreau isn't a monster. He's a visionary, a man who dares to challenge the very laws of nature in pursuit of a higher truth." I shook my head, unable to speak, unable to do anything but moan and whimper like a wounded animal myself. The screams seemed to go on, rising and falling in an endless, pitiless chorus of agony. And then, abruptly, they stopped, leaving a silence so profound and so sudden that it was almost more terrible than the screams themselves. I lowered my hands slowly, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my chest. Montgomery was watching me, his face a mask of concern and something else, something darker and more inscrutable. "Are you all right, Prendick?" he asked softly, his voice almost gentle. "I know it, quote dot dot dot. Et, quote s, a lot to take in." I stared at him, my eyes burning with tears and rage. "All right," I croaked, my voice raw and hoarse. "How can I be all right, Montgomery, when I'm trapped on this island of horrors with a madman who tortures animals for sport?" He flinched at the accusation, his eyes darting away from mine. "It's not sport, Prendick. It's science. Moreau is pushing the boundaries of what's possible, exploring the very nature of life itself." "Life," I spat, my disgust boiling over. "What kind of life is this, Montgomery? What kind of twisted, perverted vision of existence could justify such cruelty, such wanton disregard for the suffering of living creatures?" He opened his mouth to reply, but before he could speak, the door to my room burst open and Moreau himself strode in, his white coat billowing behind him like the wings of some avenging angel. I recoiled instinctively, my heart leaping into my throat as I saw the coldness in his eyes, the cruel, mocking curve of his lips. He looked like a man possessed, a man drunk on his own power and genius. "Ah, Mr. Prendick," he said, his voice smooth and oily. "I see you've been enjoying the hospitality of our little island paradise." I struggled to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me, my fists clenched at my sides. "Hospitality," I snarled, my fear forgotten in the heat of my anger. "Is that what you call it, Moreau?" torturing helpless animals and twisting the very fabric of nature to suit your own twisted ends. He chuckled, a low, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. You misunderstand me, Mr. Prendick. I am not a torturer, but a creator, an artist working in the medium of living flesh. He took a step closer, his eyes glittering with a fanatic light. The puma you heard screaming, it is not a victim, but a masterpiece, a testament to the power of the human intellect to shape and mold the very essence of life. I shook my head, my revulsion overwhelming. A masterpiece? It's an abomination, Moreau, a crime against nature and against God. He smiled, a thin, cruel smile that made my blood run cold. God, Mr. Prendick, what use have I for God when I myself am a god in this little world of mine? He gestured expansively, taking in the room, the compound, the entire island with the sweep of his arm. Here I am the master of creation, the lord of all I survey, and you, sir, are nothing more than a guest in my domain, a witness to the wonders I have wrought. I stared at him, my mind reeling with the sheer, unmitigated arrogance of his words. In that moment I knew that I was in the presence of a monster, a man so consumed by his own hubris that he had lost all touch with the bounds of morality and sanity. Montgomery stepped forward, his face pale and strained. "Dr. Moreau, perhaps we should—" But Moreau silenced him with a glare, his eyes never leaving mine. "No, Montgomery. Mr. Prendick needs to understand the true nature of our work here, the glorious purpose behind all that we do." He leaned in closer, his breath hot on my face, his voice a sibilant whisper. "You think me mad, don't you, Mr. Prendick? A twisted, amoral creature playing God with the lives of innocent beasts. But I tell you, sir, that I am the sanest man on this island, the only one who truly understands the potential of the flesh, the infinite malleability of living tissue." His words washed over me like a tide of madness, battering at my mind and soul with their sheer, unrelenting force. I felt myself wavering, my resolve crumbling in the face of his overpowering will, and then, from somewhere deep within me, I found the strength to resist, to stand firm against the seductive pull of his insanity and hold fast to the values and beliefs that had guided me all my life. "No," I said, my voice trembling but clear. "No, Moreau. What you are doing here is wrong. It is a violation of every principle of morality and decency, a crime against the very soul of humanity." I drew myself up to my full height, my eyes blazing with a righteous fury. "And I swear to you, sir, that I will do everything in my power to stop you, to put an end to your vile experiments and bring you to justice for your crimes." For a moment, Moreau simply stared at me, his face a mask of surprise and something like amusement. Then slowly he began to laugh, a deep, booming sound that filled the room and echoed off the walls. "Justice, Mr. Prendick," he chortled, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "What justice is there in this world, save that which we make for ourselves? What court of law would dare to judge me, the greatest scientific mind of our age?" He shook his head, his laughter fading to a chuckle. "No, no, my dear Mr. Prendick. You are powerless against me, a mere ant in the face of my genius. And in time you will come to see the beauty and the necessity of my work." With that he turned and strode from the room, his laughter echoing behind him like the toll of a funeral bell. Montgomery followed, his shoulders slumped and his head bowed, leaving me alone in the sudden, oppressive silence. I sank back into my chair, my legs weak and trembling, my mind awhirl with the horror of all that I had seen and heard. The screams of the puma still echoed in my ears, mingling with the mad, taunting laughter of Moreau, until I thought I would go mad myself. But even as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I clung to the one thing that still gave me hope. the knowledge that, no matter what horrors lay ahead, I would not rest until I had put an end to Moreau's twisted reign of terror, that I would fight with every ounce of strength and courage I possessed to restore the balance of nature and bring justice to this benighted island. For in that moment I knew that my own soul hung in the balance, and that, if I failed in my mission, I would be forever lost, my humanity stripped away, and my spirit broken on the altar of Moreau's madness. Chapter 9. The Hunt. The cries of the puma reverberated through the night, each anguished scream slicing through the oppressive heat of the enclosure. It was a sound that had begun to gnaw at the edges of my sanity, a relentless reminder of the horrors that Dr. Moreau's twisted genius had wrought upon this island. I felt the walls closing in around me, the stifling atmosphere suffocating my thoughts. Driven by an instinctive need to escape the noise and clear my mind, I slipped out of the compound and into the dense vegetation that bordered it. The jungle enveloped me in its humid embrace, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. The underbrush was a tangle of vines and thick foliage, each step requiring a deliberate effort to push through. My senses were heightened, every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs putting me on edge. The island was alive with sounds, the distant calls of unknown creatures, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the incessant hum of insects. I wandered deeper into the jungle, driven by a mix of curiosity and desperation. The cries of the puma faded into the background, replaced by the steady murmur of a stream. I followed the sound, hoping to find some respite by the water's edge. As I approached, I saw a figure crouched by the stream, drinking. My heart skipped a beat, a chill of fear running down my spine. The man, or what had once been a man, was grotesque. His body was a twisted amalgamation of human and beast, a cruel parody of both. Thick, matted hair covered parts of his form, and his eyes, though holding a glimmer of intelligence, were set deep in a face more animalistic than human. He lapped at the water with a rough tongue, his movements jerky and unnatural. I took a step back, my foot snapping a twig. The sound was loud in the stillness, and the creature's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto mine. For a moment we stood frozen, each of us a mirror of the other's fear and confusion. Then, with a guttural growl, he turned and disappeared into the foliage, leaving me standing there, my heart pounding in my chest. I needed to understand what was happening on this island, but the more I saw, the more I realized the dangers that lurked in every shadow. I pressed on, driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need to make sense of the horrors I had witnessed. The vegetation grew denser as I moved deeper into the island. The underbrush scratched at my legs, the branches pulling at my clothes as if trying to hold me back. The cries of unseen animals filled the air, creating a cacophony that heightened my sense of unease. As I pushed through a particularly thick clump of bushes, I stumbled into a small clearing. There, in the center, were three more of the island's grotesque inhabitants. They were engaged in a bizarre ritual, their movements synchronized, their voices raised in a strange chant. Not to go on all fours, that is the law, are we not men? Not to suck up drink, that is the law, are we not men? Not to claw the bark of trees, that is the law, are we not men? The scene was both fascinating and horrifying. The creatures moved with a grotesque parody of grace, their human and animal features blending in a way that was both unsettling and mesmerizing. They chanted with fervor, their voices filled with a desperate intensity. Realizing the danger I was in, I slowly backed away, trying to remain unseen. The last thing I wanted was to draw their attention. My mind raced as I retraced my steps, attempting to find my way back to the relative safety of the enclosure. but the dense vegetation all looked the same, and I soon found myself hopelessly lost. Prendick moved through the jungle, his pace quickening as panic began to set in. The oppressive heat and humidity weighed on him, each breath a struggle. He pushed through the thick foliage, his eyes darting around, searching for any sign of familiarity. Behind him, a shadow moved silently, stalking him with a predatory grace. The creature was one of Moreau's creations, a twisted blend of man and beast. Its eyes gleamed with a mix of cunning and hunger as it closed in on its prey. Prendick broke through the underbrush, emerging onto a narrow strip of beach. The ocean stretched out before him, a vast, uncaring expanse. He turned to the left, hoping to find a way back to the enclosure along the shoreline. The sand was soft beneath his feet, slowing his progress, but he pressed on, driven by a primal urge to escape. The stalking creature emerged from the jungle, its gaze fixed on Prendick. It moved with a terrifying speed, closing the distance between them with ease. Prendick glanced back, his heart leaping into his throat at the sight of his pursuer. He stumbled, his feet sinking into the soft sand, but managed to regain his balance and continued to run. The beach narrowed, the rocky headland looming ahead. Prendick's options were limited. He could either attempt to climb the treacherous rocks or turn and face the creature. Desperation fueled his movements as he reached the headland, scrambling up the uneven surface. His fingers found purchase on the jagged rocks, and he pulled himself up, ignoring the sharp pain as the stones cut into his flesh. The creature was nearly upon him, its breath hot on his heels. Prendick reached the top of the headland, turning to face his pursuer. He grabbed a loose rock, his hand trembling as he raised it above his head. The creature lunged, and with a cry of desperation, Prendick brought the rock down with all his strength. The rock struck the creature's head with a sickening thud. It staggered, its eyes wide with shock, before collapsing onto the ground. Prendick stood there, panting, the rock slipping from his grasp as he watched the creature's body convulse before going still. He didn't know if it was unconscious or dead, and he didn't wait to find out. With renewed urgency, he scrambled down the other side of the headland and back onto the beach. The familiar cries of the puma reached his ears, guiding him back towards the enclosure. Each step was a struggle, his body protesting every movement, but he pushed on, driven by the need to escape. The cries of the puma grew louder as I neared the enclosure. The sound was almost a comfort, a reminder of the relative safety that lay within those walls. I stumbled through the underbrush, my body aching, my mind a whirl of fear and confusion. When I finally reached the gates, I collapsed against them, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I glanced back, half expecting to see more of the creatures pursuing me, but the jungle was still, the only sounds the distant cries of the puma and the rustling of the leaves. I pushed the gates open and slipped inside, the familiar sense of antiseptic and decay washing over me. I leaned against the wall, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The horrors of the day had left me shaken, my mind struggling to process all that I had seen. The puma's cries continued, a constant reminder of the twisted experiments that took place on this island. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, but for now it was the only place where I felt remotely safe. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, and closed my eyes. The darkness was a welcome relief, a temporary escape from the nightmare that surrounded me. I allowed myself to drift into a restless sleep, the sounds of the island fading into the background. As I slept, my dreams were filled with images of the creatures, their grotesque forms haunting me. I saw their eyes filled with a mix of fear and confusion, their bodies twisted into unnatural shapes. I heard their chants, their voices raised in a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of humanity. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The enclosure was dark, the only light a faint glow from the moon outside. The puma's cries had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. I sat there, my mind racing, trying to make sense of all that had happened. The island was a place of madness, a twisted experiment that defied all reason. Moreau's creations were a testament to his genius and his cruelty, a reminder of the thin line between humanity and animalism. I knew I had to find a way off this island to escape the horrors that surrounded me, but for now all I could do was survive. The island held many secrets, and I was determined to uncover them, no matter the cost. The journey ahead would be fraught with danger, but I was ready to face it. I had no other choice. Chapter 10. The Revelation. I stumbled through the gates of the compound, my mind reeling with the horrors I had witnessed. The image of the beast folk, their twisted bodies and feral eyes, was seared into my memory, a waking nightmare from which there could be no escape. As I made my way towards the main building, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows. It was Montgomery, his face drawn with concern. "Prendick," he called out, hurrying towards me. "Where have you been? I've been searching for you for hours." I opened my mouth to reply, but no words came. The events of the past few hours had left me drained, both physically and emotionally. I felt as if I had aged a lifetime in the space of a single day. Montgomery must have seen the haunted look in my eyes, for his expression softened. "Come inside," he said gently. "You look like you could use a drink." I let him lead me into the building, too exhausted to protest. The cool dimness of the interior was a welcome relief after the glare of the tropical sun, and I sank gratefully into a chair as Montgomery poured me a glass of brandy. I took a sip, feeling the liquid burn its way down my throat. Gradually, the shaking in my limbs began to subside, and I found my voice. "I saw them, Montgomery," I said, my words coming out in a hoarse whisper. "The creatures. The beast folk." Montgomery's face paled. "You went into the jungle." It was a statement, not a question. I nodded, my eyes distant. I had to get away from the screams. The puma, I couldn't bear it any longer. Montgomery shook his head, his expression unreadable. "You shouldn't have done that, Prendick. The jungle is not a safe place, especially for those who don't know its secrets." I let out a bitter laugh. "Secrets? Is that what you call them? Those things? They're an abomination, Montgomery, a crime against nature." He flinched at my words, his eyes darting away from mine. "You don't understand, Prendick. The work that Moreau is doing here, quote, S. dot, 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 IT, quote, S, important. Vital, even." I leaned forward, my gaze boring into his. Important, vital. What could possibly justify the creation of such monstrosities? What scientific purpose could be served by twisting and warping the very fabric of life itself? Montgomery hesitated, his face conflicted. I can't tell you that, Prendick. Not yet. Moreau's work is highly confidential, and I'm not at liberty to discuss it with outsiders. I felt a surge of anger at his evasiveness, my fists clenching at my sides. "Confidential? You're playing God here, Montgomery. You're tampering with forces you can't possibly understand, let alone control." He held up a hand, his expression pleading. "I know how it must seem to you, Prendick, but you have to trust me. Moreau is a brilliant man, a visionary. He knows what he's doing." I shook my head, my disgust boiling over. "A visionary? He's a madman, Montgomery. A monster, plain and simple." Montgomery's face hardened, his eyes glinting with a sudden steeliness. "You're treading on dangerous ground, Prendick. I'd be careful what accusations you throw around if I were you." There was a note of warning in his voice, a hint of menace that sent a chill down my spine. In that moment, I realized that I was truly alone on this island, surrounded by men who had long since abandoned the trappings of morality and decency. I rose to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me. "I'm going to my room," I said, my voice sounding hollow and distant to my own ears. "I need to rest, to think." Montgomery nodded, his expression inscrutable. "Of course. I'll have Meling bring you some food later. In the meantime, try to get some sleep. You'll feel better in the morning." I doubted that very much, but I was too exhausted to argue. I made my way to my room, collapsing onto the narrow bed with a groan of relief. Sleep claimed me almost instantly, dragging me down into a black, dreamless oblivion. I awoke to the sound of screaming. For a moment I lay there, disoriented and confused, my mind struggling to make sense of my surroundings. Then, with a sickening lurch, the events of the previous day came flooding back, and I sat bolt upright, my heart pounding in my chest. The screaming was coming from outside, from the direction of the main compound. It was a high, keening wail, filled with an agony that went beyond mere physical pain. It was the sound of a soul in torment, a cry of utter despair and hopelessness. I stumbled to the window, my hands shaking, as I fumbled with the latch. The sun was just beginning to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, but the beauty of the morning was lost on me. All I could focus on was the source of that terrible, heart-rending sound. As I leaned out of the window, I saw a sight that made my blood run cold. There, in the center of the compound, was a figure bound to a wooden post, its body writhing and twisting in agony. And standing over it, his face a mask of cold, clinical detachment, was none other than Dr. Moreau himself. He was holding a scalpel in one hand, the blade glinting in the early morning light. As I watched, he made a swift, precise incision, and the figure on the post let out another scream, its body convulsing with pain. I felt a wave of nausea sweep over me, and I staggered back from the window, my hand clapped over my mouth. Dear God, I thought, what kind of monster would inflict such suffering on a living being? What twisted, perverted mind could conceive of such horrors? And then, with a sickening sense of realization, I understood. The figure on the post was not just another animal, another of Moreau's twisted experiments. It was a man, a human being, as real and alive as myself. The shock of that revelation hit me like a physical blow, driving the air from my lungs and sending me to my knees on the floor. I felt a scream bubbling up in my own throat, a cry of horror and revulsion that threatened to tear me apart from the inside out. But before I could give voice to my anguish, I heard a sound that made my heart stop dead in my chest. It was the creak of a door opening, followed by the soft, muffled tread of footsteps on the wooden floor. I looked up, my eyes wide with terror, to see Dr. Moreau himself standing in the doorway, his face a mask of cold, implacable fury. "Mr. Prendick," he said, his voice soft and mocking, "I see you've been spying on our little experiment." I opened my mouth to reply, but no words came. I could only stare at him, my heart hammering in my chest, my mind reeling with the sheer, unmitigated horror of what I had just witnessed. Moreau took a step forward, his eyes glittering with a feverish intensity. "I warned you, Mr. Prendick. I told you to keep your nose out of matters that don't concern you. But you just couldn't resist, could you? You had to go poking around, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." He shook his head, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well, now you know the truth. Now you've seen the glorious work we're doing here, the wonders we're unleashing upon the world." I found my voice at last, a hoarse, strangled whisper that barely sounded like my own. "Wonders. You call this abomination a wonder. It's a crime against nature, Moreau, a crime against God and man alike." He chuckled, a low, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. God? What use have I for God, Mr. Prendick? I am the master of this island, the lord and creator of all that walks and crawls upon its surface. And you are nothing more than an insect, a speck of dust beneath my feet." He raised the scalpel, the blade catching the light and throwing off a blinding glare. An insect that needs to be squashed before it can spread its poison and corrupt the purity of my vision. I scrabbled backwards, my hands and feet slipping on the polished floor. "No!" I gasped, my voice cracking with terror. "No! Please!" But Moreau only smiled, a cold, cruel smile that held no hint of mercy or compassion. "Goodbye, Mr. Prendick," he said softly, his voice almost gentle. "I'm afraid your time on this island has come to an end." And with that, he lunged forward, the scalpel flashing down towards my throat in a glittering arc of silver. I threw up my hands, a scream of pure, primal terror tearing itself from my lungs. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest, my body drenched in cold sweat. For a moment I lay there, gasping for breath, my mind reeling with the vivid intensity of the nightmare. Then, slowly, reality began to reassert itself. I was in my room, lying on my bed, the first pale light of dawn filtering in through the window. There was no sign of Moreau, no glint of a scalpel in the shadows. But even as relief washed over me, I knew that the horror I had witnessed was all too real. The screams, the blood, the look of cold, clinical detachment on Moreau's face, those were not the products of my imagination, but the grim realities of this island of lost souls. I sat up, my legs trembling beneath me as I swung them over the side of the bed. I knew that I could not stay here, could not remain a passive observer to the atrocities being committed in the name of science and progress. I had to get off this island, had to find a way to escape the madness and depravity that surrounded me on all sides. And if that meant confronting Moreau himself, so be it. I would not let him continue his vile experiments, would not stand idly by while he played God with the very fabric of life itself. For I knew now the true nature of the evil that lurked at the heart of this island, and I knew that I would not rest until I had put an end to it, once and for all. Chapter 11. The Village of the Damned. I crept through the compound, my heart pounding in my chest, my makeshift weapon clutched tightly in my hand. It was little more than a sharpened stick, a pitiful defense against the horrors that lurked on this island, but it was all I had. I had no illusions about the danger I was in. Moreau and Montgomery were madmen, twisted geniuses who had long since abandoned any pretense of morality or humanity. They would stop at nothing to protect their vile experiments, to keep their secrets hidden from the outside world. But I could not stay here, could not remain a prisoner in this nightmare any longer. I had to escape, to find a way off this accursed island and back to the safety of civilization. As I made my way towards the gate, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a voice calling out my name, its tone sharp and insistent. "Prendick, where do you think you're going?" I whirled around, my weapon raised, to see Montgomery striding towards me, his face a mask of anger and concern. "Stay back," I warned, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to keep it steady. "I'm leaving this place, Montgomery. I won't be a party to your monstrous experiments any longer." He shook his head, his expression almost pitying. "You don't understand, Prendick. You can't leave. Moreau won't allow it." I felt a surge of desperate courage, born of the knowledge that I had nothing left to lose. "To hell with Moreau," I spat, "and to hell with you, Montgomery. I'll take my chances out there in the jungle. Anything is better than staying here in this charnel house of horrors." Montgomery took a step forward, his hand outstretched, but I brandished my weapon, keeping him at bay. I mean it, Montgomery. I'll use this if I have to. Don't make me hurt you." For a moment he hesitated, his eyes searching mine. Then, with a sigh of resignation, he stepped aside, clearing the path to the gate. "Go, then," he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "But know this, Prendick, you'll never make it off this island alive. The jungle will eat you up, and even if you survive that, Moreau will hunt you down like a dog. You're a dead man walking." I met his gaze, my jaw set with grim determination. "We'll see about that," I said, and then I was running. Running like I had never run before, my feet pounding on the hard-packed earth as I fled into the waiting arms of the jungle. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't know how long I ran, my lungs burning and my legs aching with the effort. The jungle closed in around me, a green, suffocating hell filled with strange noises and hidden dangers. More than once I stumbled and fell, my hands and knees scraped raw by the rough ground, but I pushed on, driven by a desperate need to put as much distance as possible between myself and the compound. Finally, when I could run no more, I collapsed beside a small stream, my chest heaving as I gulped down the cool, clear water. It was only then, as the adrenaline began to fade and the reality of my situation sank in, that the true horror of my predicament hit me. I was alone, lost in a hostile wilderness, with no food, no shelter, and no hope of rescue. And even if I could somehow survive the dangers of the jungle, I knew that Moreau would never let me escape, that he would hunt me down like an animal and drag me back to his lab to face the consequences of my betrayal. Despair washed over me, a black tide that threatened to drag me under. I buried my face in my hands, my body shaking with silent sobs as the full weight of my hopelessness crashed down upon me. But even as I wept, I heard a sound that made me freeze, my breath catching in my throat. It was a rustling in the underbrush, the snap of a twig beneath a careless foot. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding, my hand groping for my makeshift spear. And then, slowly, a figure emerged from the foliage, a creature that made my blood run cold. It was a man, or at least it had once been a man. But now it was a twisted, misshapen thing, its body covered in coarse, bristly hair, its face a grotesque parody of humanity. It was one of the beast folk, the products of Moreau's vile experiments. I had seen them before, lurking in the shadows of the compound, their eyes glinting with a feral, predatory light. But never had I been so close to one. Never had I seen the full extent of their twisted, unnatural forms. The creature took a step forward, its head cocked to one side, its eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You not belong," it grunted, its voice a harsh, guttural rasp. I raised my spear, my hands shaking, my mind racing with 1,000 terrible possibilities. Would it attack me, tear me limb from limb with its powerful ape-like arms? Or would it simply stand there, watching me with that unnerving, inscrutable gaze? But, to my surprise, the creature made no move to harm me. Instead, it raised a hand, its fingers twisting into a strange, contorted gesture. "Come," it said, its voice almost gentle. "I show food." I hesitated, my mind reeling with confusion and fear. Could I trust this creature, this twisted mockery of humanity? Did I have any choice? In the end, it was hunger that decided for me. I had not eaten in hours, and the gnawing emptiness in my belly was a physical ache that could not be ignored. Slowly, cautiously, I lowered my spear and followed the beast man into the jungle, my senses straining for any sign of danger, my heart hammering in my chest. We walked for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into the wild heart of the island. The creature loped along ahead of me, its movements fluid and graceful despite its misshapen form. And then, abruptly, we emerged into a clearing, and I felt my breath catch in my throat at the sight that greeted me. There, nestled among the trees, was a village of sorts, a cluster of crude huts and lean-tos that seemed to have sprung up from the very earth itself, and moving among them, their bodies twisted and deformed in 1,000 different ways, were dozens upon dozens of beast folk. Some were like the creature that had led me here, half man and half ape, their faces contorted into grotesque parodies of human expression. Others were more animal than human, their bodies covered in scales or feathers or coarse, bristly fur, but all of them, without exception, bore the unmistakable mark of Moreau's handiwork, the twisted, unnatural melding of man and beast that was the hallmark of his depraved experiments. I felt a wave of revulsion wash over me, mingled with a profound sense of pity and horror. These poor, wretched creatures, what had they done to deserve such a fate? What kind of monster could inflict such suffering, such unimaginable torment, in the name of science and progress? As I stood there, frozen with shock and disgust, the beast man who had brought me here turned to me, his eyes glinting with a strange, almost human intelligence. "You, stay," he grunted, gesturing towards one of the huts. I dot 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 BRING dot 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 food. And with that he loped off, leaving me alone in the midst of that nightmarish village, surrounded by the twisted, misshapen products of Moreau's madness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't know how long I stayed in that village, huddled in the corner of a filthy, stinking hut, my mind reeling with the horrors I had witnessed. The beast folk brought me food and water, their twisted faces contorted into expressions of curiosity and concern. But I could barely bring myself to touch the meager offerings, so great was my revulsion and fear. But even as I cowered there, lost in my own despair, I began to notice things, small details that hinted at the true nature of the creatures that surrounded me. I saw the way they interacted with one another, the complex social hierarchies and relationships that governed their lives. I saw the flickers of intelligence in their eyes, the glimmers of humanity that shone through the bestial masks that Moreau had forced upon them. And slowly, gradually, I began to realize the true extent of the doctor's crimes, the depth of the atrocities he had committed in the name of his twisted vision. These were not animals, not mere beasts to be experimented upon and discarded at will. They were human beings, men and women who had been torn from their lives and transformed into monsters, their bodies and minds warped beyond all recognition. The thought filled me with a rage and a sorrow that threatened to consume me, a black seething hatred for the man who had played God with the very fabric of life itself. But even as I grappled with the horror of my realization, I knew that I could not stay here, could not allow myself to be drawn into the twisted, nightmarish world of the beast folk. I had to find a way out, had to escape this island of horrors and return to the world of men, where I could expose Moreau's crimes and bring him to justice for the atrocities he had committed. And so, with a heavy heart and a grim determination, I began to plan my escape, to gather what meager resources I could, and prepare for the long, perilous journey that lay ahead. For I knew that I would not rest until I had seen Moreau brought to justice, until I had avenged the poor, tortured souls who had been sacrificed on the altar of his madness. And as I lay there in the darkness of that filthy hut, listening to the grunts and howls of the beast folk outside, I made a silent vow to myself, a promise that I would not fail in my mission, no matter the cost. For the sake of the dead, and for the sake of my own sanity, I would see this through to the bitter end. Chapter 12. The Chant of the Beast Folk. The air was thick with humidity as I followed the ape-man through the dense undergrowth. Each step felt like a deliberate struggle against the island itself, the foliage clutching at my clothes and limbs as if trying to hold me back. My heart pounded in my chest, not from exertion, but from the gnawing fear that had taken root in my soul. The grotesque creatures I had glimpsed in the jungle were not mere figments of my imagination. They were real, and they were leading me deeper into their domain. Ahead, the ape-man moved with a sense of purpose, his gait a strange mix of human awkwardness and animal agility. His broad shoulders hunched forward and his knuckles grazed the ground as he loped ahead. There was something unsettlingly familiar about him, a twisted reflection of humanity in his simian features. Despite my fear, curiosity gnawed at me. What kind of existence did these creatures lead? What twisted mockery of civilization had Moreau imposed upon them? The narrow passage between high walls of lava appeared suddenly, a dark gash in the landscape. The ape-man glanced back at me, his eyes glinting with something I couldn't quite decipher. Was it a warning or merely a confirmation that I was still following? He slipped into the passage, and I hesitated only briefly before plunging in after him. The walls closed in around us, the air growing cooler and damp. The ground was littered with refuse, discarded bones, scraps of cloth, and other detritus that spoke of a rough, primitive existence. The passage opened into a wider space, a kind of rough-hewn courtyard surrounded by crude huts made of branches and mud. The stench of unwashed bodies and decay was overpowering. Here, in this hidden enclave, the beast people had carved out their own perverse society. They moved about the village with a semblance of order. Yet, there was an undercurrent of something wild, barely restrained. At the center of the village, a group had gathered. I could hear their voices, a low, rhythmic chant that sent shivers down my spine. The ape-man led me closer, his movements becoming more deliberate, almost reverent. The words of the chant became clearer as we approached, and I realized with growing horror what I was hearing. Not to go on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to suck up drink, that is the law. Are we not men? Not to claw the bark of trees, that is the law. Are we not men? The chant was a litany of prohibitions, a series of laws meant to curb the animalistic behaviors that threatened to overwhelm their tenuous grasp on humanity. The beast people repeated the phrases with fervent intensity, their eyes wide and fixed on the figure that stood before them, a tall, imposing creature with the unmistakable air of authority. This, I realized, must be one of their leaders, perhaps a high priest of sorts in this twisted parody of a society. As I watched, the chanting reached a crescendo, the beast people raising their arms in unison. Their leader raised his hands and a hush fell over the crowd. The silence was heavy, pregnant with anticipation. "Who is our father?" the leader intoned, his voice deep and resonant. "Moreau," the beast people responded in unison, their voices reverberating off the walls of the enclosure. "Who is our creator?" "Moreau." "Who made us in his image?" "Moreau." The ceremony was a grotesque mockery of religion, the beast people deifying the very man who had mutilated and transformed them. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was Moreau's ultimate triumph, the ultimate proof of his twisted genius. He had not only reshaped their bodies, but had also subjugated their minds, bending them to his will with a cult-like fervor. My horror was interrupted by a sudden commotion at the edge of the village. I turned to see Moreau and Montgomery, accompanied by the stag-hound, pushing their way through the narrow passage. Panic surged through me. They must have discovered my absence and come in pursuit. I had to get out of here before they caught me. Prendick's heart raced as he scanned the village for an escape route. The beast people had turned their attention to the newcomers, their expression a mix of fear and reverence. Moreau's presence was like a dark cloud, overshadowing the bizarre ceremony. Montgomery, armed and alert, scanned the crowd, his eyes narrowing as they fixed on Prendick. "Over there," Montgomery shouted, pointing towards Prendick. The staghound, sensing its master's urgency, began to bark, its deep, resonant voice echoing through the narrow confines of the village. Prendick bolted, his mind a whirlwind of panic and desperation. He pushed through the throng of beast people, their bodies pressing in on him from all sides. His breath came in ragged gasps, each step a struggle against the tide of twisted forms that threatened to engulf him. He spotted a narrow gap in the rock, a potential escape route. He lunged for it, his fingers scraping against the rough stone as he pulled himself through. Behind him, he could hear the shouts of Moreau and Montgomery, the barking of the staghound growing louder. He squeezed through the gap, the jagged edges tearing at his clothes and skin. But he didn't stop. There was no time to feel the pain. Once through, he found himself in a dense thicket, the undergrowth so thick it was almost impassable. He pushed forward, his only thought to put as much distance between himself and his pursuers as possible. The sounds of the village faded behind him, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant cries of nocturnal creatures. He stumbled through the jungle, his senses on high alert. The darkness was oppressive, the moonlight barely penetrating the thick canopy above. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential threat. He could hear the staghound's barking growing fainter, but he knew it wouldn't be long before it picked up his scent again. He reached a river, its waters dark and swift. He followed it upstream, hoping it would lead him to higher ground. The terrain grew rougher, the underbrush thicker. He pushed through, his body protesting with every step. The adrenaline that had fueled his escape was beginning to wane, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. He stumbled upon a ravine, its rocky sides descending sharply into darkness. He hesitated for a moment, then began to climb down, his movements cautious and deliberate. Halfway down, he lost his footing, tumbling the rest of the way and landing heavily at the bottom. Pain shot through his body, his ankle throbbing with a sharp, insistent ache. He lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, the world spinning around him. The fall had left me battered and bruised, my ankle a throbbing reminder of my own fragility. I struggled to sit up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The ravine was dark and foreboding, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation. I felt a sense of utter despair wash over me. I was injured, alone, and lost in a hostile wilderness, pursued by creatures that defied comprehension. I looked up, the sides of the ravine looming above me like the walls of a tomb. The jungle canopy was a distant patch of darkness, the stars obscured by the thick foliage. I had no idea how far I had fallen, but it felt like miles. My body ached with every movement, my ankle protesting violently as I tried to stand. I needed to keep moving. I couldn't afford to stay here, not with Moreau and his staghound on my trail. The beast people might not be far behind either, driven by the same blind obedience that had led them to chant Moreau's name. I forced myself to my feet, biting back a cry of pain as I put weight on my injured ankle. Each step was agony, but I pushed forward, determined to find a way out. The ravine was narrow, its sides steep and treacherous. I moved slowly, feeling my way through the darkness, each step a cautious probe into the unknown. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks and fallen branches. The sound of running water grew louder as I made my way deeper, the river boiling and churning below. I reached the edge of the water, the current swift and unforgiving. Crossing it seemed impossible, but I had no choice. The staghound's barking was faint but growing closer, a reminder of the relentless pursuit. I waded into the water, the cold shock jolting me awake. The current tugged at me, threatening to pull me under, but I fought against it, using the rocks to steady myself. The other side of the ravine was even steeper, but I managed to climb out, my hands and knees scraped and bleeding. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion. I had no idea how much further I could go, but I knew I couldn't stop. To stop was to die. I crawled into the underbrush, hiding myself as best I could. The foliage was thick, the darkness impenetrable. I lay there, my body curled into a tight ball, my mind racing. I thought of Moreau, of his twisted genius, and the horrors he had wrought. The beast people were victims, yes, but they were also a threat, their humanity corrupted beyond recognition. I thought of Montgomery, his loyalty to Moreau unshakable, his own humanity eroded by the island's madness. And I thought of myself, a man thrust into a nightmare, struggling to retain his sanity in a world gone mad. As the hours passed, the sounds of the jungle became a background hum, a reminder of the life teeming around me. I closed my eyes, my mind drifting in and out of consciousness. The pain in my ankle was a constant, throbbing reminder of my own vulnerability. In the darkness, I contemplated the hopelessness of my situation. The island was a prison, its inhabitants twisted reflections of the man who had created them. There was no help to be found among the beast people, no ally to turn to. I was alone, a man lost in a world of nightmares. But even in the depths of despair, a spark of determination remained. I would find a way off this island. I would survive, not just for myself, but for the memory of the man I had been before Moreau's madness had engulfed me. With that thought, I allowed myself to drift into a restless sleep, the darkness of the jungle a blanket that both protected and suffocated me. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, but I would face it. I had no other choice. Chapter 13: The Confrontation. I stood waist-deep in the shallow water, the waves lapping gently at my skin, and stared out at the endless expanse of the ocean. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, but I barely noticed the beauty of it. All I could think about was the horror that awaited me back on the island, the fate worse than death that Moreau and Montgomery had in store for me. I had run as far as I could, had pushed my body to the very limits of its endurance, but I knew that it was only a matter of time before they caught up with me. And when they did, I had no illusions about what would happen. I had seen the depths of their depravity, the twisted experiments they conducted in the name of science. I knew that they would stop at nothing to protect their secrets, to keep the world from learning the truth about what they had done. And so I stood there, the water swirling around me, and contemplated the unthinkable. Would it be better to end it all now, to slip beneath the waves and let the sea take me, than to face the horrors that awaited me on the island? Would death be preferable to the fate that Moreau had in store for me? I don't know how long I stood there wrestling with that terrible question. But as the sun dipped lower on the horizon and the shadows lengthened around me, I suddenly heard a sound that snapped me out of my dark reverie. It was the sound of voices, human voices, coming from the shore. I turned, my heart pounding, and saw them. Moreau and Montgomery, standing at the water's edge, their faces grim and determined. And behind them, hovering at the edge of the jungle, were a half-dozen of the beast folk, their twisted bodies bristling with crude weapons. For a moment I simply stared at them, too stunned to move or speak. And then, as the reality of my situation sank in, I felt a sudden, desperate surge of rage and defiance. I would not go quietly, I vowed. I would not let them take me without a fight. With a wordless cry of fury, I charged towards them, my fists clenched, my eyes blazing with a wild, desperate light. But even as I moved, I saw Montgomery raise his rifle, saw the glint of the sun on the barrel as he aimed it at my heart. "That's far enough, Prendick," he called out, his voice cold and steady. "Come out of the water and let's talk about this like civilized men." I stopped short, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my mind racing with desperate calculations. Montgomery had the advantage of range and firepower, and I knew that he wouldn't hesitate to use it. But if I could just get close enough, if I could somehow disarm him. Civilized men, I spat, my voice trembling with rage and disgust. Is that what you call yourselves? You're monsters, both of you. You've been conducting experiments on human beings, twisting and warping them into abominations. And you have the nerve to talk about civilization? Moreau stepped forward, his face a mask of cold, implacable calm. You don't understand, Prendick, he said, his voice soft and reasonable. The work we're doing here is of vital importance to the future of humanity. We're pushing the boundaries of what's possible, unlocking secrets that have been hidden for centuries. Secrets? I snarled. Is that what you call them? You're playing God, Moreau. You're tampering with the very fabric of life itself, and you don't care about the consequences. You're a madman, and I won't be a part of your twisted vision any longer. I turned to the beast folk, my voice rising to a shout. And you! How can you follow him? How can you serve a man who's done such terrible things to you? He's not your master, he's your tormentor. Rise up against him and take back your humanity. For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of doubt in their eyes, a glimmer of the human intelligence that still lurked beneath their bestial exteriors. But then Moreau spoke again, his voice cracking like a whip. Enough, he roared. I won't be lectured by a man who's half mad with fear and ignorance. The beast folk are mine, Prendick. They belong to me, body and soul, and they'll do as I command. He turned to Montgomery, his eyes glittering with a feverish light. Bring him in, he said. We'll take him back to the compound, and there we'll decide his fate. Montgomery nodded and started forward, the rifle still trained on my chest. But even as he moved, I saw a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, a momentary softening of his stern, implacable features. Wait, he said, his voice low and urgent. Prendick, listen to me. It doesn't have to be this way. If you come with us now, if you hear Moreau out and try to understand what we're doing here, I promise you'll be safe. I give you my word as a gentleman and a man of science. I stared at him, my mind reeling with confusion and doubt. Could I trust him? Could I trust either of them, after all that I had seen and heard? And yet, what choice did I have? If I refused, if I tried to fight or flee, I knew that they would gun me down without hesitation. Slowly, reluctantly, I nodded. All right, I said, my voice thick with defeat. I'll come with you. But I want your word, Montgomery. I want your solemn oath that you won't let Moreau harm me, that you'll protect me from his madness. Montgomery hesitated for a moment, his eyes searching mine. And then, with a curt nod, he lowered the rifle. You have my word, Prendick. I swear on my honor as a gentleman. And with that, he turned and started back towards the shore, the beast folk falling into step behind him. Moreau watched them go, his face unreadable, and then he turned to me, his eyes glinting with a strange, unsettling light. You've made the right decision, Prendick, he said, his voice soft and persuasive. In time, you'll come to see the beauty and the necessity of what we're doing here. You'll understand that we're not monsters, but visionaries, pioneers of a new and glorious age. I said nothing, my jaw clenched tight with fear and revulsion. But as I followed him back up the beach, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just made a terrible mistake, that I had willingly surrendered myself into the hands of a madman. And yet, even as that thought chilled me to the bone, I knew that I had no choice. For better or worse, my fate was now inextricably bound to that of Moreau and Montgomery, to the dark and twisted world they had created on this island of lost souls. As we walked, I couldn't help but marvel at the strange and unsettling beauty of the island around us. The sun had almost set now, and the sky was ablaze with a riot of colors. Deep reds and oranges shot through with streaks of purple and gold. The air was heavy with the scent of tropical flowers and the salt tang of the sea, and everywhere I looked I saw evidence of the island's lush, almost overwhelming fecundity. And yet, even as I drank in the beauty of my surroundings, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled over me like a shroud, for I knew that beneath that verdant exterior lurked a darkness and a horror that defied all the laws of nature and morality. I thought of the beast folk, those twisted, misshapen creatures that Moreau had created in his mad pursuit of knowledge. I thought of the agonized screams I had heard echoing through the compound, the terrible, inhuman sounds of suffering and despair. And I thought of my own precarious position, trapped on an island with two men who had long since abandoned any pretense of humanity or decency. As we approached the compound, I saw that the beast folk had gathered around the entrance, their eyes fixed on us with a strange, unsettling intensity. Some of them were almost human in appearance, with only a few subtle distortions of their features to mark them as something other than fully human. Others were more animal than man, their bodies covered in coarse fur or scaly hides, their faces twisted into bestial masks of rage and hunger. But all of them, I knew, were the products of Moreau's twisted genius, living testaments to his unholy mastery over the very building blocks of life itself. As we drew closer, one of the beast folk stepped forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was a female I saw, with the body of a woman and the head of a hyena, its eyes glinting with a feral, predatory light. "Master," it said, its voice a guttural, rasping growl. "You've returned. We were worried." Moreau chuckled, a low, mirthless sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You needn't have been," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "I've brought Mr. Prendick back with me. He's decided to join us after all." The beast woman turned to me, its eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Is this true, man-thing? Have you come to serve the master, to learn his secrets and obey his will?" I hesitated, my mouth suddenly dry with fear. I could feel the weight of Moreau's gaze on me, the unspoken threat that lurked behind his bland, impassive mask. "Yes," I said at last, my voice little more than a whisper. "Yes, I've come to learn from Dr. Moreau, to help him in his great work." The words tasted like ashes in my mouth, but I knew that I had no choice. If I was to survive on this island of horrors, if I was to have any hope of escape or salvation, I would have to play along with Moreau's twisted game, to pretend to be a willing participant in his mad vision. And so, with a heavy heart and a sinking sense of dread, I followed Moreau and Montgomery into the compound, the beast folk falling into step behind us like a pack of loyal, if terrifying, dogs. As the gates clanged shut behind me, I felt a shudder of fear run through me, a primal, instinctive terror that I couldn't quite shake. For I knew that I was now truly trapped, a prisoner in a world beyond my wildest nightmares. And as I looked around at the twisted, misshapen creatures that surrounded me, at the cold, calculating faces of Moreau and Montgomery, I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever see the outside world again, if I would ever escape the madness and depravity that had claimed me body and soul. Chapter 14. The Truth Revealed. The small room felt more like a tomb than a place of scientific discovery. The air was thick with the scent of antiseptic and something else, something more primal and less easy to identify. I sat on a wooden chair, my back straight, my hands gripping the edges of the seat, as if letting go would send me spiraling into the abyss. Across from me, Dr. Moreau leaned back in his chair, the casual ease of his posture a stark contrast to the tension in the room. His eyes, however, betrayed a feverish intensity, a man possessed by his own genius. "So, Mr. Prendick," he began, his voice smooth and clinical, You wish to understand the nature of my work here? I nodded, unable to find my voice. The events of the past few days had left me in a state of perpetual unease, a prisoner of my own mind as much as of this island. The creatures I had seen, the half-human, half-beast abominations that roamed the forests, were a constant reminder of the thin line between sanity and madness. I needed answers, even if they would haunt me forever. Moreau's eyes gleamed as he began his explanation. The creatures you have encountered were once mere animals. Through the process of vivisection, I have transformed them, reshaped them into forms more human. He paused, as if expecting me to interrupt, but I remained silent. The goal, of course, is to eliminate the animalistic traits, to elevate them beyond their primal instincts. As he spoke, his words seemed to reverberate in my mind, each syllable a hammer blow against my fragile sense of reality. The grotesque figures I had seen, the echoes of their cries, all began to coalesce into a horrifying understanding. "But why?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible. Moreau's smile was thin, almost pitying. "Why? Because we can. Because the pursuit of knowledge is a justification in itself. Pain, suffering, these are merely byproducts, necessary sacrifices on the altar of progress." He rose from his chair, gesturing for me to follow. I hesitated, but then forced myself to stand. He led me to a door at the back of the room, opening it to reveal a scene that would be forever etched in my memory. The room beyond was a stark contrast to the dimly lit enclosure. Bright, sterile lights illuminated an operating table in the center, upon which lay the puma. Its body was splayed open, held down by thick straps. The air was thick with the scent of blood and antiseptic, mingling in a nauseating perfume. Dr. Moreau approached the table, his movements precise and methodical. He gestured to the puma, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. "This is one of my more recent subjects. As you can see, I have made significant progress in altering its musculature and skeletal structure. The challenge, of course, lies in maintaining these changes without the body reverting to its original form." Edward Prendick stood at the threshold, his eyes wide with a mix of horror and fascination. The puma's eyes flickered open, a low growl emanating from its throat. Moreau ignored the sound, continuing his explanation with a dispassionate air. "The nervous system is particularly tricky," he continued. "It resists alteration, clinging to its original pathways. Pain is a constant companion in this work, but it is a necessary one. Through pain, we can reshape the mind, force it to accept the new reality we impose." Prendick's stomach churned, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The puma's eyes locked onto his, a silent plea for release. He looked away, unable to bear the sight. Moreau turned to him, his expression unreadable. "You see, Mr. Prendick, this is the future of science. To transcend the limitations of nature, to mold life as we see fit. Ethics, morality, these are constructs of a society afraid to push the boundaries of what is possible." Prendick's mind raced, grappling with the implications of Moreau's words, the scientist's calm demeanor. His absolute certainty in the righteousness of his work was both mesmerizing and terrifying. He wanted to scream, to demand an end to this madness, but the words died in his throat. Moreau's assistant, Montgomery, was absent, a fact that Prendick found both a relief and a source of further anxiety. The man had been a buffer, a slightly saner presence in this world of chaos. Without him, Prendick felt adrift, a ship lost in a storm. Moreau continued his exposition, detailing the various procedures and techniques he employed. The language was clinical, devoid of any acknowledgement of the suffering inflicted. Prendick could only listen, his mind a whirl of conflicting emotions. As Moreau's words washed over me, I felt a growing sense of detachment, as if I were watching this horror unfold from a distance. The puma's growls had subsided into a low, pitiful whimper, its eyes dull with pain. I turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Dr. Moreau," I said, my voice strained, "surely there must be some ethical considerations, some limits to what we can do in the name of science." He looked at me, a flicker of something, annoyance perhaps, crossing his face. "Limits? Ethics. These are the chains that bind lesser minds, Mr. Prendick. True progress demands that we break free from such constraints." I wanted to argue, to challenge his worldview, but the words would not come. Instead, I found myself nodding, a hollow gesture of acquiescence. Moreau's fervor, his unyielding belief in his own righteousness, was a force of nature, overwhelming and irresistible. He led me back to the enclosure room, closing the door behind us. The oppressive atmosphere seemed almost comforting after the stark horror of the vivisection room. I sank into the chair, feeling utterly drained. Moreau resumed his seat, his expression one of satisfaction. "Now, you understand the scope of my work. The challenges are immense, but the rewards. Imagine a world where we can reshape life itself, where disease, deformity, and even death can be conquered." I shuddered, the weight of his words pressing down on me. The vision he painted was both wondrous and nightmarish, a utopia built on a foundation of suffering and pain. "Do you ever consider the consequences?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "The lives you're affecting, the pain you're causing." He sighed, a sound of infinite patience. "Pain is transient, Mr. Prendick. It is a small price to pay for the greater good. My creatures may suffer now, but they are paving the way for a future where such suffering is a thing of the past." I nodded again, more out of exhaustion than agreement. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing down, the air growing thicker. Moreau's voice faded into the background, a dull drone that I could no longer comprehend. As Prendick's eyes grew heavy, Moreau continued his lecture, oblivious to the effect his words were having on his guest. The scientist's mind was a maze of intricate thoughts, a labyrinth of ideas that often left others struggling to keep up. To him, the path was clear, the destination inevitable. Prendick's head drooped, his eyelids fluttering. The day's events had taken their toll, the constant tension leaving him physically and emotionally spent. He barely registered Moreau's final words before sleep claimed him. In his dreams, he was pursued by the creatures, their twisted forms closing in on him from all sides. He ran through the jungle, the trees closing in, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the cries of the beasts echoing in his ears. He stumbled, falling to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The creatures loomed over him, their eyes filled with a mix of hunger and confusion. He tried to scream, but no sound emerged. The darkness closed in, enveloping him in its cold embrace. When he awoke, he was back in the enclosure room, the dim light casting long shadows on the walls. He blinked, trying to shake off the remnants of the nightmare. For a moment he couldn't remember where he was. The events of the previous day, a blur of horror and confusion. Then it all came rushing back. The creatures, the vivisection, Moreau's chilling words. He sat up, his body stiff and sore, his mind racing. He needed to get out of here, to escape this island of madness. But how? The creatures were everywhere, and Moreau would not let him leave easily. His eyes fell on the door, the only barrier between him and the outside world. He rose, moving to it with a sense of grim determination. He turned the handle, half expecting it to be locked, but it opened easily. The corridor beyond was empty, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows. He stepped out, his heart pounding in his chest. He needed to find Montgomery to convince him to help. Together they might have a chance. He moved quickly, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The island seemed unnaturally quiet, the usual sounds of the jungle muted. He reached Montgomery's quarters, knocking urgently on the door. There was no response. He knocked again, harder this time. Still nothing. He tried the handle, but it was locked. Panic began to rise within him. What if Montgomery was no longer an ally? What if he was as mad as Moreau? He turned, his mind racing. There had to be another way. The creatures, he realized, might be his only hope. If he could find one that retained some semblance of humanity, he might be able to persuade it to help him. It was a slim chance, but it was all he had. He moved through the corridors, his senses on high alert. The island seemed to close in around him, a living entity that wanted to keep him trapped. He reached the edge of the compound, the dense jungle looming before him. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He had no idea where to start, no plan beyond finding a way out. But he had to try. For his own sanity, for his survival, he had to find a way to escape this nightmare. He plunged into the jungle, the darkness swallowing him whole. The jungle was alive with sound, the cacophony of insects and distant animal calls filling the air. Each step I took seemed to be accompanied by a chorus of rustling leaves and snapping twigs. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of the thin line I walked between life and death. The creatures were out there, somewhere, lurking in the shadows. I could feel their eyes on me, their presence a constant weight. I moved cautiously, every sense on high alert. The darkness was disorienting, the familiar landmarks of the day transformed into menacing shapes. I had no idea where to find the creatures, no plan beyond blind hope, but I had to try. The alternative was unthinkable, a slow descent into madness under Moreau's watchful eye. A rustling sound to my left made me freeze. I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat. A pair of glowing eyes stared back at me from the underbrush, unblinking and curious. I took a step back, my mind racing. Was this one of Moreau's creations? Could it be reasoned with, or was it too far gone, a mindless beast driven by primal instincts? The creature stepped forward, revealing itself in the dim light. It was a strange amalgamation of human and animal, its body covered in a patchwork of fur and bare skin. Its eyes, however, held a glimmer of intelligence, a spark of something recognizably human. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. "Can you understand me?" I asked, my voice trembling. The creature tilted its head, a low growl rumbling in its throat. For a moment I thought it might attack, but then it nodded slowly. Relief washed over me, mingled with a renewed sense of hope. "I need your help," I said, my words coming in a rush. "I need to get off this island. Can you help me?" The creature's eyes narrowed, as if considering my request. It seemed to struggle with the words, its mouth moving soundlessly, before it finally spoke. "Escape. Difficult." I nodded, understanding the understatement. "I know, but I can't stay here. Moreau, he's a monster." The creature let out a low, rumbling laugh, a sound that sent chills down my spine. No, we remember." A sense of camaraderie, however tenuous, began to form. "Please," I said, desperation creeping into my voice, "help me." The creature stared at me for a long moment before nodding. "Follow." It turned and began to move through the jungle, its steps silent and assured. I followed, my heart pounding, each step taking me further from the compound and closer to an uncertain future. As we moved, the jungle seemed to close in around us, the darkness growing deeper. I had no idea where we were going, no sense of direction, but I trusted the creature. It was my only hope. The creature led Prendick through the dense underbrush, its movements fluid and purposeful. The jungle seemed to come alive around them, the sounds of nocturnal creatures creating a symphony of life. Prendick struggled to keep up, his body still weary from the day's events. They reached a clearing, the moonlight filtering through the canopy above. The creature stopped, turning to face Prendick. Its eyes glowed in the dim light, a mix of curiosity and caution. "This safe," it said, its voice a low growl. "Rest." Prendick nodded, sinking to the ground with a grateful sigh. The tension of the past hours began to ease, replaced by a cautious hope. He looked at the creature, his mind racing with questions. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice soft. The creature's eyes flickered as if struggling to remember. Was human. Now. Both. The simple statement carried a weight of pain and loss. Prendick could see the remnants of humanity in its eyes, the ghost of a person who once was. "Moreau did this to you?" he asked. The creature nodded, its gaze distant. "Changed. All of us." Prendick shuddered, the full horror of Moreau's experiments settling over him. He had seen the creatures, but he had not truly understood their plight until now. They were victims, trapped in bodies that were neither fully human nor animal. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice filled with genuine regret. The creature's eyes softened, a hint of gratitude in its gaze. "We survive." Prendick nodded, his resolve strengthening. He would find a way off this island, not just for himself, but for these poor creatures who had suffered under Moreau's twisted science. As he settled down to rest, he felt a sense of determination take hold. The journey ahead would be perilous, filled with unknown dangers. But he was not alone. He had an ally, a creature born of pain and suffering, but one that still retained a spark of humanity. Together they would find a way to escape this nightmare. Together they would defy Dr. Moreau and his monstrous creations. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time since arriving on the island, Prendick felt a glimmer of hope. The next morning I awoke to the sound of birds chirping, the jungle alive with the dawn chorus. The creature was already awake, watching me with those curious, intelligent eyes. It seemed almost impatient, eager to continue our journey. I stretched, my body stiff and sore from the previous day's ordeal. "Where do we go from here?" I asked, my voice hoarse. The creature pointed deeper into the jungle. "North, away from compound." I nodded, trusting its judgment. We set off, moving through the dense underbrush with a sense of purpose. The jungle was a maze of sights and sounds, each step taking us further into the heart of the island. As we walked, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the creature's resilience. Despite the horrors it had endured, it still possessed a fierce will to survive. It was a testament to the indomitable spirit of life, even in the face of unimaginable suffering. We reached a river, its waters sparkling in the morning light. The creature gestured for me to follow it across a narrow bridge of fallen logs. I hesitated, the makeshift bridge looking precarious, but the creature crossed with ease, its movements sure and confident. I followed, my heart pounding as the logs wobbled beneath my feet. We made it to the other side, and I let out a sigh of relief. The creature gave me a brief nod, a silent acknowledgement of my effort. As we continued our journey, I began to notice subtle changes in the landscape. The jungle grew less dense, the underbrush thinning out. The air felt fresher, less oppressive. It was as if we were moving towards a place untouched by Moreau's influence. We reached a clearing, the sun shining brightly overhead. The creature stopped, its eyes scanning the horizon. "Close," it said, its voice filled with a sense of urgency. I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of hope. We were getting closer to freedom, to escape from this island of nightmares. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with the creature by my side, I felt a sense of determination I had not known before. We would find a way off this island. We would defy Moreau and his monstrous creations. And we would do it together, survivors in a world gone mad. Chapter 15, The Law and the Beast. I woke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was. The unfamiliar room with its rough-hewn walls and the faint scent of salt and decay slowly came into focus. Then it all came rushing back. The shipwreck, the island, and most disturbingly, Dr. Moreau's grotesque creations. My first instinct was to check the door and window. Both were securely fastened, just as I had left them the night before. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The beast folk, as Moreau called them, were still out there, but at least for now, I was safe. As the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the window, I sat on the edge of my bed, my mind racing. Moreau's explanation from the previous day echoed in my thoughts. These creatures, these travesties of men, were the products of his twisted experiments. Animals, reshaped and remolded into something approximating human form. The very idea made my skin crawl. A knock at the door jolted me from my reverie. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice shakier than I would have liked. "It's Meling, sir," came the reply. "I've brought your breakfast." I hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Meling stood there, a tray balanced carefully in his misshapen hands. Of all the beast folk I had encountered so far, Meling seemed the most human-like. But there was still something profoundly unsettling about him. His eyes, though intelligent, held a wildness that sent a shiver down my spine. "Thank you, Meling," I said, taking the tray. He nodded and retreated, his gait an awkward mixture of human stride and animal lope. I examined the contents of the tray, a poorly cooked rabbit, some fruit, and a cup of what I assumed was coffee. The sight of the rabbit, its flesh still pink in places, turned my stomach. I wondered briefly if it had been one of Moreau's failed experiments. As I picked at my breakfast, I heard footsteps approaching. Montgomery appeared in the doorway, looking as disheveled as ever. "Morning, Prendick," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "How are you holding up?" I gestured for him to enter. "As well as can be expected, I suppose," I replied. "Though I must admit, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around all of this." Montgomery nodded, running a hand through his unkempt hair. "It takes some getting used to, that's for certain. But you'll find that life here isn't so different from anywhere else once you get past the peculiarities." I couldn't help but scoff at that. "Peculiarities? Is that what we're calling them now?" Montgomery's eyes hardened for a moment, then softened. "Look, Prendick, I know it's a lot to take in, but these creatures, they're not so different from us, not really. They think, they feel, They were animals, Montgomery," I interrupted. "Moreau turned them into these abominations. How can you speak of them as if they're people?" Montgomery sighed, settling himself into a chair. "Because I've lived with them for years now. I've seen their struggles, their triumphs. They may have started as animals, but there's something more now, something in between." I shook my head, unable to reconcile Montgomery's casual acceptance with the horror I felt. "Tell me about them," I said finally. "How do they live? How does Moreau control them?" Montgomery leaned back, his eyes taking on a distant look. "It's not easy keeping them in line. They're minds. They're not like ours. They can learn to an extent, but their comprehension is limited. That's where the law comes in." "The law?" I asked, leaning forward despite myself. "A set of rules drilled into them through hypnosis and repetition. Not to go on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men?" not to suck up drink. That is the law. Are we not men? And so on. It keeps their animal instincts in check, most of the time. As Montgomery spoke, I found myself pulled into his narrative. The world he described was alien, yet fascinatingly complex. I could almost see it unfolding before my eyes. The leopard man crouched at the edge of the clearing, his spotted skin glistening with sweat in the harsh, tropical sun. His eyes, a disconcerting mixture of feline yellow and human intelligence, darted nervously from side to side. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to drop to all fours, to slink through the underbrush on silent paws, but the law held him back. Not to go on all fours, that is the law. Are we not men? The words echoed in his mind, a constant refrain that fought against his natural instincts. He stood, swaying slightly as he balanced on two legs that still felt wrong somehow. His clawed hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. Across the clearing, the hyena swine watched him with hungry eyes. Its laugh-like bark sent shivers down the leopard man's spine. They circled each other warily, neither willing to make the first move. Not to eat flesh or fish, that is the law. Are we not men? The hyena swine's jaws worked soundlessly, saliva dripping from its misshapen mouth. The scent of fear and aggression hung heavy in the air. Suddenly a figure emerged from the tree line. The sayer of the law, his silvery hair catching the sunlight, strode purposefully between the two beast folk. "What is the law?" he intoned, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "Not to go on all fours. That is the law. Are we not men?" The leopard man and hyena swine chorused, their voices a discordant mixture of human speech and animal growls. "What is the law?" the sayer repeated, louder this time. "Not to spill blood. That is the law. Are we not men?" As the familiar words washed over them, the tension in the clearing slowly dissipated. The leopard man's posture straightened, while the hyena swine's manic grin faded. They retreated to opposite sides of the clearing, the confrontation averted for now. The sayer of the law watched them go, his eyes filled with a mixture of satisfaction and something darker. He knew that the peace was temporary, that the animal nature of these creatures could never be fully suppressed. But for now, the law had prevailed. I blinked, coming back to myself. Montgomery was still talking, describing the intricacies of life among the beast folk. And of course, they're more likely to break the law at night. Something about the darkness brings out their animal side. "How many of them are there?" I asked, my mind still reeling from the vivid images his words had conjured. Montgomery furrowed his brow. "Hard to say exactly. About 60, I'd reckon. We've lost quite a few over the years. Some to accidents, others to, well, let's just say not all of Moreau's experiments are successful." I shuddered at the implication. "And the island itself? What's it like?" "Volcanic, mostly. About 7 or 8 square miles, I'd guess. There are coral reefs around the edges, and a few fumaroles here and there. It's not paradise, but it serves our purposes." As Montgomery spoke, I found my gaze drawn to the window. The island he described seemed almost mundane in the bright morning light, but I knew that appearances could be deceiving. "Tell me about the beast folk themselves," I said, turning back to Montgomery. "Their physical characteristics." He nodded, a hint of sadness creeping into his eyes. "They're a motley crew, that's for certain. Most of them have some obvious deformities, disproportionate limbs, hunched shoulders, faces that don't quite look right. But it's more than that. There's something off about them, something that goes beyond mere physical appearance." I thought back to my encounters with the beast folk. The wrongness Montgomery described was something I had felt viscerally, a deep-seated revulsion that went beyond simple fear or disgust. "There's the leopard man, of course," Montgomery continued, "and the hyena swine creature, nasty piece of work, that one. We've got a mare rhinoceros hybrid that's, well, you'll know it when you see it. And then there's the ape man and the sayer of the law. They're some of the more prominent figures among the beast folk." "And Meling?" I asked, thinking of the creature who had brought my breakfast. Montgomery's expression softened slightly. "Ah, Meling. He's different. More human-like than most. He's been with me for years now, loyal to a fault, though I suppose I haven't always treated him as well as I should have." There was a moment of silence as we both contemplated the strange dynamics at play on this island. Finally, I voiced the question that had been nagging at me. "How do you do it, Montgomery? How do you live among them as if it's normal?" He met my gaze, his eyes filled with a mixture of resignation and something that might have been pity. "Because it is normal, Prendick. At least it's become normal for me. You'll see. Give it time and you'll start to see them as, well, not as people exactly, but as something more than mere beasts." I wanted to argue, to tell him that I could never see these creatures as anything other than the monstrosities they were. But even as the thought formed, I realized that I had already begun to adapt. The shock and horror I had felt upon first encountering the beast folk had dulled somewhat, replaced by a wary curiosity. As if reading my thoughts, Montgomery continued, "Don't get me wrong, they're still dangerous. Every now and then you'll see a flash of their true nature. It's a reminder that no matter how human they might seem, they're still animals at their core." I nodded, thinking back to the flashes of bestial behavior I had witnessed. "What about reproduction? Are there families among the beast folk?" Montgomery's expression turned grim. "Moreau's imposed a sort of monogamous structure on them. It's part of the law. But the females, they're less numerous and often persecuted. It's not a pleasant situation." I thought of the female beast folk I had seen, with their bodies more heavily covered than their male counterparts. "They seem ashamed," I ventured. "Aye," Montgomery agreed. "It's as if they have some instinctive sense of their own repulsiveness. They cover themselves more thoroughly than the males, hide away when they can. It's, well, it's not a happy existence for any of them, I suppose." We lapsed into silence then, each lost in our own thoughts. The weight of what I had learned settled over me like a shroud. This island, with its twisted inhabitants and the mad scientist who created them, was a world unto itself, a world where the lines between man and beast were blurred beyond recognition. As I sat there staring out the window at the deceptively peaceful landscape, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled into something far beyond my understanding. The ethical implications of Moreau's work, the struggle between imposed human behavior and inherent animal instincts in the beast folk, the very nature of what it meant to be human. These were questions that would haunt me for as long as I remained on this god-forsaken island. And yet, despite the horror and revulsion I felt, I couldn't deny a growing fascination with the beast folk and their strange society. It was as if I were standing on the edge of a great abyss, simultaneously repelled and drawn in by the mysteries it held. Montgomery stood, stretching his lanky frame. "Well, I'd best be getting on. Moreau will be wanting me in the lab soon. Try not to dwell on it too much, Prendick. You'll drive yourself mad if you do." As he left, I turned back to the window, watching as a group of beast folk moved through the clearing below. Their movements were a bizarre mixture of human and animal, a constant reminder of their unnatural origins. And yet, as I observed them going about their daily routines, I couldn't help but see flashes of something almost human in their interactions. I shook my head, trying to clear it of such dangerous thoughts. No matter how human they might appear, these creatures were abominations, the result of Moreau's twisted experiments. I couldn't afford to forget that, not if I wanted to maintain my sanity on this island of lost souls. But even as I reaffirmed my resolve, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a troubling question. If these beast folk could be made to act human, to think human thoughts and feel human emotions, what did that say about the nature of humanity itself? Where did the animal end and the human begin? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting harsh shadows across the island, I realized that my time here would force me to confront questions I had never before considered. Questions about the nature of life, of consciousness, of what it truly meant to be human. And I wasn't entirely sure I was ready for the answers. Chapter 16. The Veil of Civilization. The morning sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows across the ground. I sat at the crude wooden table, mechanically spooning the last of my breakfast into my mouth. Montgomery, sitting opposite me, seemed lost in his thoughts, his brow furrowed. The air was thick with unspoken tension, a lingering residue from the nightmarish events that had become all too common on this island. Montgomery broke the silence first. "We should explore the eastern side today," he said, his voice flat. "There have been reports of strange behavior among the beast folk." I nodded, though my heart wasn't in it. The thought of wandering through the dense jungle, encountering those grotesque parodies of humanity, filled me with a sense of dread. But there was no choice. Ignorance was a luxury we could not afford here. We armed ourselves with whips and revolvers before setting out. The weapons were a necessary precaution, though they offered little comfort. The island was a place where the line between man and beast blurred, and danger lurked behind every tree and under every rock. Our path took us through a thicket where the foliage was so dense that it felt like we were moving through a green tunnel. The air was humid and thick with the scent of rotting vegetation. As we walked, I noticed small pink creatures scurrying away from us. They were the offspring of the beast people, ghastly experiments of Moreau's design. These creatures had a disturbing habit of eating their young, making them unsuitable for the meat Moreau had originally intended them for. Montgomery paused to observe one of these creatures. "Moreau's failures," he muttered. "Nature has a way of asserting itself, doesn't it?" I didn't respond. Instead, I focused on the path ahead, trying to suppress the rising tide of nausea. The sight of those creatures, with their malformed bodies and unnatural behavior, was a stark reminder of the horrors that Moreau's twisted genius had wrought upon this island. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, Prendick and Montgomery began to see signs of the beast people's activity. Claw marks marred the trunks of trees, and here and there patches of earth had been disturbed, evidence of nocturnal digging. The jungle was alive with the sounds of creatures going about their business, but there was an underlying sense of wrongness to it all. They encountered the satyr and the ape-man, two of the more coherent beast people. These creatures greeted Montgomery and Prendick with a mixture of curiosity and reverence, their eyes wide and almost human. The satyr, with his goat-like features and cloven hooves, bowed low while the ape-man scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Master," the satyr intoned, his voice low and gravelly, "we obey the law." Montgomery nodded absently. "Good, good. Have you seen anything unusual?" The satyr and the ape-man exchanged glances. "There is talk of a lawbreaker," the ape-man said finally, his voice tinged with fear. "A rabbit was found, torn apart." Montgomery's expression hardened. "Where?" The ape-man pointed towards the deeper jungle, near the ravine. "It is a bad place." The law has been broken. Montgomery and Prendick exchanged worried glances. A carnivorous beast person was a dire threat to the fragile order on the island. They continued their journey, their pace quickened by the growing sense of urgency. We found the dead rabbit near the ravine, just as the ape-man had said. It was a gruesome sight, the poor creature torn apart and partially eaten. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine. This was more than a mere violation of the law. It was a sign that one of the beast people had reverted to its animal instincts. Montgomery crouched beside the carcass, his face grim. "This is bad," he said. "If one of them has gone rogue, it could lead to a complete breakdown of order." I nodded, feeling a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. "What do we do?" "Moreau needs to know about this," Montgomery said, standing up. "We need to gather the beast people and address this breach of the law immediately." We made our way back to the compound, the dead rabbit wrapped in a piece of cloth. The sight of it was a stark reminder of the precarious balance we were trying to maintain. Moreau was already in his laboratory when we arrived. He listened to Montgomery's report with a scowl, his eyes narrowing. "This cannot be tolerated," he said. "We must show them the consequences of breaking the law." Moreau, Montgomery, Prendick, and Maling made their way to the ravine, where Moreau sounded a horn to summon the beast people. The eerie, mournful sound echoed through the jungle, and one by one the beast people emerged from the underbrush, their faces filled with reverence and fear. The beast people gathered in a semicircle around Moreau, who stood tall and imposing, the dead rabbit at his feet. The sight of the carcass elicited murmurs of horror from the assembled creatures. Moreau raised his hand for silence. "The law has been broken," he declared, his voice ringing out with authority. "Who among you has done this?" The beast people shifted nervously, their eyes darting from one to another. The tension was palpable, a collective fear that seemed to hang in the air like a dark cloud. Moreau's gaze fell on the leopard man, a creature with feline features and a lithe, powerful body. "You," Moreau said, pointing a finger at him. "Step forward." The leopard man hesitated, his eyes wide with terror. Then, with a sudden, savage snarl, he leapt at Moreau. The unexpected attack threw the assembly into chaos. The beast people scattered, shrieking and howling as Moreau stumbled backwards. I reacted instinctively, drawing my revolver and firing. The shot echoed through the ravine, and the leopard man fell, his body convulsing as the life drained out of him. I stood there, the smoking revolver in my hand, my heart pounding in my chest. The chaos subsided, and the beast people gathered around the fallen leopard man, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination. Moreau, his face pale, regained his composure and approached the body. "Take him to the sea," he commanded. "Let the waters cleanse this transgression." The beast people obeyed, dragging the leopard man's body towards the shore. I watched them go, a sense of unease settling over me. The futility and cruelty of Moreau's experiments were starkly apparent in that moment. The body of the leopard man was disposed of in the sea, the waves washing away the blood and grime. The beast people stood on the shore, watching in silence, their animal instincts momentarily subdued by the ritual. Prendick and Montgomery returned to the compound, their spirits heavy. The day had been a harsh reminder of the fragile order that held the island together. Moreau's experiments, driven by a relentless curiosity, had created beings caught between two worlds, their lives marked by suffering and confusion. That night, as I lay in my hammock, the events of the day replayed in my mind. The sight of the leopard man, his body torn and bleeding, haunted my thoughts. Moreau's words echoed in my ears, a chilling reminder of the price of breaking the law. I found myself questioning the purpose of Moreau's work. What was he trying to achieve with these grotesque creations? Was it simply a pursuit of knowledge, or something more sinister? The suffering of the beast people, their lives marked by fear and pain, seemed a high price to pay for curiosity. As I drifted off to sleep, I was filled with a deep, enduring sense of the world's insanity. Moreau's island was a microcosm of the cruelty and futility that seemed to underpin existence. The line between man and beast, civilization and savagery, was a thin and fragile one, easily crossed and difficult to maintain. The following days were marked by a tense unease. The beast people, subdued by the recent events, went about their routines with a wary caution. Montgomery and Prendick patrolled the island, their eyes always alert for signs of further unrest. Moreau, undeterred by the chaos, continued his experiments with a grim determination. The laboratory was a place of horrors, where the boundaries of science and ethics were constantly pushed and blurred. Prendick, increasingly disillusioned, kept his distance, his mind occupied with thoughts of escape. The island, once a place of scientific wonder, had become a prison of fear and uncertainty. The fragile order that held the beast people in check was fraying at the edges, and the threat of further violence loomed large. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the island, I found myself at the water's edge once more. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the shore provided a rare moment of calm, a brief respite from the madness that surrounded me. I stared out at the sea, my thoughts drifting to the world beyond. The longing for human society, the need to leave the island and return to a semblance of normalcy, was a constant ache in my heart. The idea of being among people again, of hearing the mundane sounds of city life and feeling the comfort of familiar routines, seemed like a distant, almost unattainable dream. I was so lost in thought that I didn't hear Montgomery approach until he was standing beside me. He handed me a flask, and I took a grateful sip of the strong liquor, feeling it burn its way down my throat. "We can't go on like this," Montgomery said quietly, staring out at the sea. I nodded. Moreau's experiments, they're spiraling out of control. The beast people are becoming more unstable. Montgomery sighed heavily. It's not just that. Moreau's obsession, it's taken him to dark places. I used to believe in his vision, but now I don't know anymore. The silence that followed was thick with unspoken fears and regrets. We were two men caught in a web of ethical dilemmas and practical dangers, each day a struggle for survival and sanity. "Do you think there's a way out of this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Montgomery's expression was bleak. "I don't know, but we have to try. Staying here, it's only a matter of time before something goes horribly wrong." The fragile peace on the island continued to deteriorate. The beast people, already on edge, became increasingly unpredictable. Moreau's latest experiments seemed to provoke more questions than answers, and his demeanor grew more erratic with each failure. Montgomery and Prendick maintained their uneasy alliance, patrolling the island and trying to keep the peace. But the underlying tension was palpable, a constant reminder of the thin veneer of control that separated order from chaos. One particularly oppressive afternoon, Prendick and Montgomery found themselves deep in the jungle, investigating reports of strange behavior among the beast people. The air was thick with humidity, and the sound of insects filled the oppressive silence. As they pushed through the dense foliage, they stumbled upon a clearing where several beast people had gathered. At the center of the group was the hyena swine, one of Moreau's more aggressive creations. Its eyes gleamed with a malevolent intelligence, and it was clear that it was the ringleader of this latest bout of unrest. Montgomery stepped forward, his whip at the ready. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, his voice firm. The hyena swine snarled, baring its sharp teeth. "The law is weak," it growled. We are not animals. We are more. Prendick felt a chill run down his spine. The beast people were on the verge of open rebellion. The delicate balance that had kept them in check was crumbling. "Return to your homes," Montgomery ordered, his tone brooking no argument. "The law must be obeyed." For a moment it seemed as though the beast people might comply. But then the hyena swine let out a furious roar and charged at Montgomery, its powerful limbs propelling it forward with terrifying speed. Time seemed to slow as the hyena swine lunged at Montgomery. I reacted without thinking, my revolver already in my hand. The crack of the gunshot echoed through the jungle, and the hyena swine fell, its body convulsing as it hit the ground. The other beast people froze, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Montgomery, his breath coming in ragged gasps, lowered his whip and turned to face me. "Thank you," he said, his voice trembling slightly. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. "We need to get back to the compound, now." We made our way back through the jungle, the atmosphere charged with tension. The beast people, cowed by the display of force, followed us at a distance, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resentment. Back at the compound, Moreau was waiting for us, his expression unreadable. "What happened?" he demanded, his eyes flicking between Montgomery and me. Montgomery quickly recounted the events, and Moreau's face grew darker with each word. "This cannot continue," he said finally. "We must reassert control. They must understand the consequences of defying the law." The situation on the island reached a breaking point that night. Moreau, Montgomery, and Prendick gathered the beast people once more, this time in a large clearing near the compound. Moreau's face was a mask of grim determination as he addressed the assembled creatures. "The law is what separates you from the beasts," he proclaimed, his voice ringing out across the clearing. "Without it, you are nothing. You must obey or face the consequences." The beast people shifted uneasily, their eyes darting nervously between Moreau and each other. The hyena swine's death had left a void in their fragile social structure, and the tension was palpable. One of the beast people, a creature with wolf-like features, stepped forward. "We do not understand," it said, its voice tinged with desperation. "Why must we obey? What is the purpose of this law?" Moreau's expression softened slightly, and for a moment he seemed almost compassionate. "The law is what makes you more than animals," he said. "It is what gives you a place in this world, a purpose." The words hung in the air, and for a brief moment it seemed as though Moreau's authority might reassert itself. But then, from the back of the crowd, a low, menacing growl began to rise. The beast people turned to see another of Moreau's creations, a bear-like creature with massive claws and a hulking frame, pushing its way to the front. "We are not humans," it snarled. "We are not beasts. We are something else, and we will not be controlled." The crowd erupted into chaos. The beast people, driven by a mix of fear, anger, and confusion, turned on each other. Moreau, Montgomery, and Prendick found themselves in the middle of a maelstrom, the thin veneer of civilization shattered. The next moments were a blur of violence and terror. I fired my revolver again and again, trying to fend off the attacking creatures. Montgomery was beside me, wielding his whip with desperate fury. Moreau stood at the center, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. "We need to get out of here," I shouted over the din, my voice barely audible above the chaos. Montgomery nodded, and we began to fight our way towards the edge of the clearing. The beast people, now completely out of control, were attacking each other with a savage abandon. The air was filled with the sounds of snarls, screams, and the sickening thud of blows landing. We broke through the throng and stumbled into the jungle, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. Behind us, the clearing was a scene of utter carnage, the beast people tearing each other apart in a frenzy of violence. The three men ran through the dense underbrush, the sounds of the riot fading behind them. They reached the compound, slamming the gate shut and bolting it. Inside, they leaned against the walls, panting and covered in sweat and blood. "This can't go on," Montgomery said, his voice shaking. "We need to leave, now." Moreau, his face pale and drawn, nodded slowly. "You're right. We've lost control. There's nothing more we can do here." They quickly gathered what supplies they could carry, preparing for a hasty departure. The realization that their time on the island had come to an end hung heavy in the air, a bitter acknowledgment of failure. As we prepared to leave, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Despite the horrors and the madness, the island had been a place of wonder, a glimpse into the possibilities of science and the boundaries of human understanding. But those possibilities had come at a terrible cost, one that we could no longer justify. We made our way to the beach where the launch was moored. The sight of the open sea stretching out into the horizon was a welcome relief. It promised escape, freedom, and a chance to leave the nightmare behind. We boarded the launch, and as the engine sputtered to life, I looked back at the island one last time. The jungle, dark and foreboding, seemed to close in around the clearing where the beast people had gathered. The sounds of their struggle were faint but still audible, a haunting reminder of the chaos we were leaving behind. Montgomery steered the launch away from the shore, and we headed out into the open water. The island grew smaller in the distance, a dark silhouette against the rising sun. "Do you think they'll survive?" I asked, breaking the silence. Moreau shook his head. "It's hard to say. Without the law to guide them, they may revert to their animal instincts, or they may find a new way to coexist. But one thing is certain, we've left them to their fate." As we sailed away, I felt a profound sense of relief, mingled with sorrow. The island, with all its horrors and wonders, was behind us now. Ahead lay the uncertain future, a world that seemed both more familiar and more alien after our ordeal. The launch cut through the waves, carrying its passengers away from the island of Dr. Moreau. The men aboard were silent, each lost in their thoughts. The journey ahead was uncertain, but it was a journey towards something different, something that held the promise of normalcy and peace. The island, now a distant memory, would remain a place of questions and regrets, a testament to the dangers of unchecked ambition and the fragile nature of humanity. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the men continued their journey, leaving behind the chaos and embarking on a path towards redemption. Chapter 17. The Unraveling. The first light of dawn painted the horizon in shades of soft pink and orange, a fleeting reminder of the world beyond this forsaken island. I woke early, as I had grown accustomed to doing, and took my usual place by the stone enclosure, watching the beast men lumber about their tasks. Their presence, once merely unsettling, had become a source of deep abhorrence. The grotesque parody of humanity they represented made my skin crawl, and my desire to escape grew stronger each day. Montgomery, my supposed ally, had become more of a stranger with each passing moment. His sympathy for the beast people, coupled with his frequent drunkenness, only fueled my disdain. I stood at the gateway, smoking and savoring the morning freshness, a rare solace in this twisted paradise. Moreau emerged from his quarters, his eyes alight with the fervor of another day's work. He greeted me with a curt nod before disappearing into his laboratory. The puma's anguished cries soon followed, a daily reminder of the horrors concealed within those stone walls. The sound pierced the morning calm, unsettling the fragile peace I clung to. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the enclosure. My heart raced as I turned to face the source of the noise, only to be met by a nightmarish vision. The puma, now a monstrous figure with red scars and blood-stained bandages, lunged at me with a feral intensity. Pain shot through my body as it broke my arm, the bones snapping like dry tinder. With a final desperate effort, the creature burst free, leaving me crumpled on the ground. Moreau, armed with a revolver, sprinted after the escaped beast. His shouts of urgency echoed through the compound, blending with the puma's frenzied roars. I struggled to my feet, the agony in my arm almost unbearable. Montgomery arrived moments later, his eyes widening at the sight of Prendick's injury. With a practiced hand, he set the broken arm and bound it tightly, his concern evident despite his usual brusqueness. "This is bad," Montgomery muttered, glancing toward the direction Moreau had gone. "That puma's loose, and Moreau's gone after it. I need to follow them." Prendick nodded, pain and fear etched into his features. Montgomery handed him a revolver, his expression grave. "Stay here and keep this close. If anything comes near, shoot first and ask questions later." With that, Montgomery was off, his figure quickly swallowed by the dense foliage. Left alone, Prendick's mind raced with anxiety. He paced the confines of his small room, ears straining for any sound that might indicate Moreau or Montgomery's return. The distant crack of gunshots and the occasional cry reached him, each one tightening the knot of dread in his stomach. Time stretched interminably as I waited, each second marked by the relentless throb of pain in my arm. The revolver in my hand felt alien, a cold reminder of the island's ever-present danger. Through the small window, I watched the green sea froth under a freshening breeze, a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. The sounds of struggle eventually ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. My nerves were frayed, every creak of the wooden structure making me jump. Finally, Montgomery emerged, disheveled and alarmed, with Meling in tow. Dark marks stained Merling's jaws, a silent testament to the violence they had encountered. Montgomery's face was a mask of confusion and fear. "We followed the puma's trail," he began, his voice trembling slightly. "The beast men, they're behaving strangely, more aggressive. We had to defend ourselves. Some of them, we had no choice but to kill." His words chilled me. The fragile order among the beast people was unraveling, the delicate balance tipping towards chaos. Montgomery's recounting of the violent encounters only deepened my sense of foreboding. The tension on the island escalated rapidly. Montgomery's account of the beast people's sudden aggression painted a grim picture. Their once subdued nature had turned violent, the veneer of civilization cracking to reveal the savage instincts beneath. Montgomery and Meling had faced several attacks during their pursuit of the puma. The once loyal beast men now seemed intent on their destruction, their eyes glinting with a feral light. Each confrontation had been a desperate struggle for survival, with Montgomery and Meling barely escaping with their lives. The chaos among the beast people spread like wildfire. The sense of fear and desperation on the island grew palpable, infecting Prendick as well. The familiar faces of the beast men were now twisted with suspicion and hostility. The island's atmosphere shifted from tense to outright dangerous, with every encounter a potential threat. I found myself increasingly isolated. The horrors of Moreau's experiments and the breakdown of order left me in a constant state of fear. Montgomery, once a tenuous ally, became even more distant, preoccupied with the escalating crisis. The island's oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on me, each day a relentless struggle against despair. The night brought no respite. The howls and cries of the beast people echoed through the darkness, their discontent palpable. Sleep became a rare and fitful commodity, my dreams haunted by visions of twisted forms and bloodied hands. I clung to the revolver, my lifeline in this waking nightmare. Montgomery's attempts to restore order were futile. The beast people, emboldened by their newfound aggression, resisted his authority. The compound became a battleground, each day marked by skirmishes and confrontations. The once orderly routines dissolved into chaos, the delicate balance shattered. Prendick, left to his own devices, ventured out only when necessary. The island's beauty, once a small comfort, now seemed sinister, each shadow concealing potential threats. His thoughts often turned to escape, the longing for human society a constant ache. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the island, I found myself at the water's edge. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the shore provided a rare moment of calm. I let my thoughts drift, seeking solace in the memory of distant places and familiar faces. The illusion of peace was shattered by a rustling in the underbrush. I turned, heart pounding, to see one of the beast men emerging from the shadows. His eyes, once dull and submissive, now glinted with malice. I raised the revolver, my hand shaking, and shouted a warning. "Stay back!" The beast man hesitated, a low growl rumbling in his throat. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the struggle between the remnants of his humanity and the burgeoning savagery. He took a step forward, and I fired. The shot rang out, echoing across the beach. The beast man fell, a look of surprise and pain etched on his face. I stood over him, the revolver still smoking in my hand, and felt a wave of nausea. The reality of my situation crashed down on me. I was alone, surrounded by dangers, and each day brought new horrors. The death of the beast man was a turning point. The island descended further into chaos, the fragile semblance of order completely disintegrating. Montgomery and Prendick were now besieged, their every move watched by hostile eyes. The sense of impending doom grew stronger, the island's isolation amplifying their fear and desperation. Montgomery's efforts to regain control proved futile. The beast people, driven by primal instincts, no longer heeded his commands. The island became a battleground, with each day bringing new conflicts and casualties. The once orderly routines were replaced by survival instincts, the veneer of civilization stripped away. Prendick, now fully aware of the grim reality, struggled to maintain his sanity. The island's oppressive atmosphere, coupled with the constant threat of violence, took a toll on his psyche. His thoughts turned increasingly towards escape, the longing for human society a constant ache in his heart. Days blended into nights in a seamless blur of anxiety and dread. My broken arm throbbed with a persistent ache, a reminder of the island's dangers. The revolver, once a foreign object, became an extension of my hand, my only means of defense in this hostile environment. Montgomery's presence, once a source of tenuous comfort, now seemed distant and unreliable. His frequent absences and preoccupation with the escalating crisis left me feeling isolated and vulnerable. The island's beauty, once a small solace, now appeared sinister, each shadow hiding potential threats. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the island, I found myself at the water's edge. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the shore provided a rare moment of calm. I let my thoughts drift, seeking solace in the memory of distant places and familiar faces. The illusion of peace was shattered by a rustling in the underbrush. I turned, heart pounding, to see one of the beast men emerging from the shadows. His eyes, once dull and submissive, now glinted with malice. I raised the revolver, my hand shaking, and shouted a warning. "Stay back!" The beast man hesitated, a low growl rumbling in his throat. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the struggle between the remnants of his humanity and the burgeoning savagery. He took a step forward, and I fired. The shot rang out, echoing across the beach. The beast man fell, a look of surprise and pain etched on his face. I stood over him, the revolver still smoking in my hand, and felt a wave of nausea. The reality of my situation crashed down on me. I was alone, surrounded by dangers, and each day brought new horrors. The death of the beast man was a turning point. The island descended further into chaos, the fragile semblance of order completely disintegrating. Montgomery and Prendick were now besieged, their every move watched by hostile eyes. The sense of impending doom grew stronger, the island's isolation amplifying their fear and desperation. Montgomery's efforts to regain control proved futile. The beast people, driven by primal instincts, no longer heeded his commands. The island became a battleground, with each day bringing new conflicts and casualties. The once orderly routines were replaced by survival instincts, the veneer of civilization stripped away. Prendick, now fully aware of the grim reality, struggled to maintain his sanity. The island's oppressive atmosphere, coupled with the constant threat of violence, took a toll on his psyche. His thoughts turned increasingly towards escape, the longing for human society a constant ache in his heart. As the days passed, Prendick and Montgomery's isolation grew more profound. The island, once a haven of scientific exploration, had become a prison of fear and desperation. Their every move was watched by hostile eyes, and the constant threat of violence loomed large. The once orderly routines of the compound dissolved into chaos, the delicate balance shattered. Prendick and Montgomery were now besieged, their every move scrutinized by the hostile beast people. The island's isolation amplified their fear and desperation, the sense of impending doom growing stronger with each passing day. Prendick's thoughts turned increasingly towards escape, the longing for human society, the need to leave the island and return to the world beyond, became a constant ache in his heart. He knew that time was running out, that the fragile order would soon collapse entirely, and that his only hope lay in finding a way off the island before it was too late. The fall of the law. I watched as Montgomery lifted the flask to his lips once more, his hand trembling. The brandy sloshed inside, attempting escape from the horrors that surrounded us. But we couldn't afford escape now, not with Moreau missing and the beast people growing more feral by the hour. "Enough," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. I reached out with my good arm and grasped the flask, pulling it away from Montgomery's slack grip. "Something's happened to Moreau. We need to find out what." Montgomery's bloodshot eyes focused on me, a spark of anger flashing across his face. For a moment I thought he might lash out, driven by the desperation for one more drink. But then his shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of him. "What's the point?" he muttered. "It's all falling apart anyway. Moreau's probably dead, and we'll be next." I set the flask aside, out of Montgomery's reach. "We don't know that," I insisted, though a part of me feared he was right. "But we won't survive if we just sit here and wait for the beast people to come for us. We need to act." Montgomery stared at me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "You're right," he said, his voice hoarse. "God help me, you're right. But if we're going out there, we need to be prepared." We gathered what supplies we could: water, some dried meat, and of course, our revolvers. As we prepared to leave the relative safety of the enclosure, I couldn't help but wonder if we were walking to our deaths. Maling led the way, his enhanced senses alert for any sign of danger. Montgomery and I followed, our revolvers at the ready. The jungle seemed oppressively quiet, the usual cacophony of animal sounds muted, as if the very island was holding its breath. We hadn't gone far when Maling suddenly tensed, his nostrils flaring. A moment later I heard it too, voices and the sound of multiple footsteps approaching through the underbrush. "Get ready," Montgomery whispered, raising his revolver. The beast people emerged from the foliage, a group of 5 or 6 of them. Their faces were a twisted mix of human and animal features, their bodies hunched and misshapen. But it was their eyes that caught my attention, wild with fear and something else, something almost like excitement. "The master is dead," one of them was saying, its voice a grotesque parody of human speech. "The law is no more. We are free." Montgomery and I exchanged a glance. Moreau dead? It seemed impossible, and yet— "What do you mean the master is dead?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "How do you know this?" The beast people turned to us, their expressions a mixture of fear and defiance. The one who had spoken, a creature with the facial features of a swine, stepped forward. "We saw it," it grunted. "The puma thing killed him, tore him apart. The law could not protect him." I felt a chill run down my spine. If Moreau was truly dead, what hope did we have of controlling these creatures? But then an idea struck me. A desperate gambit, but perhaps our only chance. "You fools," I said, infusing my voice with as much authority as I could muster. "The master cannot die. He has simply changed his shape." The beast people murmured among themselves, confusion evident on their misshapen faces. "Yes," I continued, warming to my lie. "Even now he watches us from above. His eyes see all. His hand still guides the law." I pointed to the sky, and to my amazement, the beast people followed my gesture, their eyes wide with awe and fear. "It is true," one of them whimpered. "I can feel his gaze upon us." "The law is not dead," I pressed on. "It is stronger than ever, and those who break it will face the master's wrath." The beast people cowered, their earlier bravado evaporating in the face of their ingrained fear of Moreau and the law he had imposed upon them. Montgomery, catching on to my ruse, stepped forward. "Now," he said, his voice gruff, "you will lead us to where you last saw the master's previous form. We must pay our respects." The swine-faced creature nodded eagerly, perhaps hoping to curry favor with the watching Moreau. "This way," it grunted, turning and loping off into the jungle. As we followed, Montgomery leaned close to me. "Quick thinking," he whispered. "But how long do you think that lie will hold?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but it's bought us some time. Let's hope it's enough." The jungle grew denser as we pushed northwest, following the beast people's lead. The air was thick with the scent of rotting vegetation and something else, a coppery tang that I recognized with growing dread as blood. Suddenly, a piercing shriek cut through the air. Something small and fast darted across our path, pursued by a larger, lumbering form. As it burst into view, I saw that it was another of the beast people, a grotesque hybrid with the powerful build of a bear and the snarling features of a dog. Blood matted its fur, and its eyes gleamed with a feral hunger that sent ice through my veins. Without thinking, I raised my revolver and fired. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space of the jungle, but my aim was true. The creature stumbled, then fell, twitching once before lying still. "Good shot," Montgomery muttered, his own weapon trained on the surrounding foliage. "But I fear that won't be the last we'll have to deal with." He was right, of course. As we pressed on, we encountered more signs of violence. Torn vegetation, splashes of blood on leaves and tree trunks. And then we found it. The puma lay in a clearing, its body a mangled ruin of flesh and bone. Whatever Moreau had done to it in his experiments, death had undone. It was a pitiful sight, and for a moment I felt a pang of sympathy for the creature that had endured such torment. But there was no time for reflection, because just beyond the puma's corpse lay another body, one that was unmistakably human. Moreau. His once imposing frame was broken and battered, his face a mask of congealed blood and terror. The puma had exacted its final revenge, and in doing so had brought down the entire fragile orders of the island. Montgomery knelt beside the body, his face grim. "We can't leave him here," he said quietly. "We need to take him back to the enclosure." I nodded, feeling numb. The beast people, who had been watching from a respectful distance, shuffled forward at Montgomery's beckoning. "You will help us carry the master's former vessel," I commanded, falling back into the lie that had kept us safe thus far. "It is your duty under the law." They complied without question, their ingrained obedience overriding any doubts they might have had. As we began the long trek back to the enclosure, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were carrying not just Moreau's body, but the last vestiges of control we had over this island and its monstrous inhabitants. The journey back was tense, every shadow seeming to hide a potential threat. We heard howls in the distance, whether of mourning or hunger I couldn't tell. At one point I caught a glimpse of the little pink sloth creature Moreau had mentioned, scurrying away into the underbrush. A failed experiment running free in a world it was never meant to inhabit. When we finally reached the enclosure, Montgomery and I wasted no time in securing ourselves inside. We laid Moreau's body on a pile of brushwood, a makeshift pyre for the man who had played God and paid the ultimate price. "What now?" Montgomery asked, his voice hollow. I looked towards the laboratory where I knew more of Moreau's half-finished creations lay. "Now," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "we end it. All of it." As we entered the lab, the stench of blood and chemicals assaulting our senses, I couldn't help but reflect on the cruel irony of our situation. Moreau had sought to elevate beasts to the level of men. Instead, he had created a hell on Earth, where the line between man and beast had become hopelessly blurred. And now it fell to us, two ordinary men, far out of our depth, to clean up the mess left behind by a madman's ambition. As I raised my revolver, prepared to end the suffering of whatever pitiful creatures remained in Moreau's torture chamber, I realized that the true horror of this island wasn't in the beast people or even in Moreau's twisted experiments. It was in the knowledge that, given the right circumstances, any of us could become monsters. Chapter 19. The Unraveling. The acrid smell of smoke and death hung heavy in the air as I stood beside Montgomery, watching the remains of Moreau's laboratory smolder. The silence between us was thick with unspoken fears and bitter realizations. For the first time since Moreau's gruesome demise, we allowed ourselves to fully comprehend the dire nature of our situation. "It's over, Prendick," Montgomery muttered, his voice hoarse and hollow. "All of it. Everything we've built here, everything Moreau worked for, it's all gone to hell." I turned to look at him, really look at him for the first time in days. The man before me was a shell of his former self. His eyes, once sharp with scientific curiosity, now held only a haunted, far-away look. The stubble on his chin had grown into an unkempt beard, and the stench of alcohol clung to him like a second skin. "It doesn't have to be," I insisted, though even to my own ears the words sounded hollow. "We can still salvage something from this. We can escape, return to civilization." Montgomery's bitter laugh cut me off. "Civilization? There's no place for us there, not anymore. Don't you see, Prendick? We're as much monsters as the beast folk now." His words hit me like a physical blow, forcing me to confront the truth I'd been desperately trying to ignore. We had been complicit in Moreau's mad experiments, had watched as he twisted nature into grotesque parodies of humanity. And now, with Moreau gone and his creations running wild, what were we but failed gods in a ruined paradise? "We have to try," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We can't just give up. We should burn Moreau's body and the remains of the other creatures. Remove all traces of what happened here. Then we can... Burn it all? Montgomery's eyes suddenly blazed with a manic intensity. Yes, yes, let it all burn. It's fitting, isn't it? Fire purifies, cleanses. Let the flames consume Moreau's sins and ours along with them. Before I could stop him, Montgomery had staggered to his feet and lurched towards the storehouse where we kept the alcohol. I watched in helpless horror as he emerged with a bottle of brandy, already half empty. Montgomery, stop, I pleaded, reaching for the bottle. This isn't the answer. We need to think clearly, to plan. But Montgomery was beyond reason. He shoved me away with surprising strength, his eyes wild and unfocused. Don't you dare judge me, Prendick. You don't know. You can't understand what I've been through, what I've seen. As I watched, Montgomery stumbled towards Maling, who had been hovering nearby with his usual canine loyalty. To my shock and disgust, Montgomery held out the bottle to the beast man. Here, old friend, he slurred. Have a drink with me. Let's toast to the end of the world. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a final desperate plea for Montgomery to come to his senses, I retreated to the relative safety of the enclosure. Through the barred window, I could hear Montgomery's drunken singing, mingling with the inhuman howls of the beast folk. From his vantage point in the dense foliage, the leopard man watched the scene unfold with a mixture of curiosity and growing hunger. The knot men were fighting amongst themselves, their voices raised in anger and despair. The smell of their fear was intoxicating, awakening something primal within him. He remembered the law, the constant litany that had been drilled into him since his creation. Not to eat flesh or fish, that is the law. Are we not men? But the law felt distant now, a fading echo in the chaos that had engulfed the island. The leopard man's claws dug into the bark of the tree as he watched Montgomery stumble away from the enclosure, Maling and a group of other beast folk in tow. The scent of alcohol wafted on the breeze, mingling with the musk of the beast folk, and the underlying stench of decay that seemed to permeate everything now. As the strange procession disappeared into the jungle, heading towards the beach, the leopard man felt a growl building in his throat. The hunger was becoming overwhelming, clouding his thoughts with visions of flesh and blood. With fluid grace, he dropped from the tree and began to slink after Montgomery and the others. The law was fading, but the hunt was eternal. I paced the confines of the enclosure, my mind racing as I tried to formulate a plan. The sounds from outside had faded, leaving an eerie silence, broken only by the distant crash of waves against the shore. I knew I couldn't wait for Montgomery to return to his senses. If I was going to survive, I needed to act now. With trembling hands, I began to gather what provisions I could find. A few cans of preserved food, a canteen of water, a coil of rope. My plan was simple, born of desperation. I would set fire to the pyre of Moreau's remains, using the ensuing chaos as cover to make my escape by sea. Just as I was preparing to put my plan into action, a sound from the beach froze me in my tracks. It was a chant, guttural and rhythmic, punctuated by howls and screams that were decidedly inhuman. The beast folk were gathering, and from the sound of it, their tenuous grasp on humanity was slipping rapidly. My heart pounding, I crept to the window, straining to see through the darkness. What I saw made my blood run cold. Montgomery had returned, but he was no longer alone. A group of beast folk surrounded him, their bodies swaying in a grotesque mockery of dance. And there, in the center of it all, stood Montgomery, arms raised to the sky, laughing like a man possessed. I knew then that I had to act, not just for my own survival, but for Montgomery's as well. Whatever madness had gripped him, I couldn't leave him to the mercy of the increasingly feral beast folk. With shaking hands, I grabbed the revolver from its hiding place and moved towards the door, but before I could reach it, a commotion erupted outside. The chanting had given way to snarls and screams, the sound of flesh tearing and bones crunching. I fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to disperse the frenzied crowd. For a moment, silence fell. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the moonlight, I saw the carnage that had unfolded. Montgomery lay on the ground, his body broken and bloody. Around him, several beast folk lay dead or dying, victims of their own unleashed savagery, and there, standing over Montgomery's prone form, was the leopard man, its muzzle stained crimson. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I saw no trace of humanity left in its gaze. Only hunger, primal and all-consuming. I raised the revolver, my hand steady despite the terror coursing through me. But before I could fire, a flicker of movement caught my eye. To my horror, I realized that in my haste to confront the chaos outside, I had knocked over a lamp. Flames were already licking up the walls of the enclosure, hungrily consuming the dry wood and paper. In that moment of distraction, the leopard man lunged. I fired blindly, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. Whether by luck or some long-buried instinct, my shot found its mark. The leopard man crashed to the ground mid-leap, its body twitching once before going still. Coughing from the thickening smoke, I stumbled out of the burning enclosure. The fire was spreading rapidly, casting an hellish glow over the scene of carnage before me. As I stood there, overwhelmed by the destruction around me, a terrible realization dawned. The boats. In his drunken madness, Montgomery had destroyed our only means of escape from the island. As the flames climbed higher, consuming the last vestiges of Moreau's twisted legacy, I made my way to Montgomery's side. He was still alive, but barely, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I'm sorry, Prendick," he wheezed, his eyes focusing on me with surprising clarity. I couldn't bear it anymore. The guilt, the memories, it was too much. I wanted to rage at him, to blame him for destroying our last hope of escape. But looking at him now, broken and dying, I felt only a profound sadness. "It's all right, Montgomery," I said softly, taking his hand. "Rest now. It's over." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Montgomery drew his last breath. I sat there, numb with exhaustion and grief, as the enclosure collapsed in on itself, sending a shower of sparks into the air. It was then, in that moment of utter desolation, that I became aware of a movement at the edge of my vision. Turning slowly, I found myself face to face with 3 of the beast folk. They approached cautiously, their expressions a mixture of fear and curiosity. As I looked into their eyes, I saw something that both terrified and fascinated me, the last flickering embers of humanity, struggling against the rising tide of their animal nature. In that moment, I realized that my ordeal was far from over. Moreau was gone. Montgomery was dead. But the beast folk remained, and with them, the terrible responsibility that Moreau had so cavalierly assumed, the burden of playing God. The sun rose over the island, casting its light on a changed world. The enclosure, once a symbol of Moreau's dominion over nature, was now nothing more than smoldering ruins. The beach was littered with the bodies of beast folk, victims of their own unleashed savagery. And there I stood, the last man on an island of monsters, facing an uncertain future. As I gazed out at the vast, indifferent sea, I couldn't help but wonder, in trying to elevate beasts to the level of men, had Moreau instead revealed the beast that lurks within us all? And now, left alone with these creatures that were neither fully animal nor truly human, what was I to become? The beast folk watched me expectantly, waiting to see what I would do next. The weight of their gaze was almost palpable, a reminder of the terrible responsibility that had been thrust upon me. With a deep breath, I straightened my shoulders and turned to face them fully. Whatever came next, whatever horrors or wonders awaited me on this island of lost souls, I knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. "Come," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil within me. "There is much to be done." As I led the beast folk away from the scene of destruction, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking a knife's edge between two worlds, the world of men and the world of beasts. And with each step, I moved further away from the man I had once been, towards a future I could scarcely imagine. The island stretched out before us, wild and untamed, a canvas upon which the next chapter of this bizarre experiment in Evolus T. would be written. And I, Edward Prendick, once a simple man of science, now found myself cast in the role of reluctant god, tasked with shepherding these strange creatures through the chaos that Moreau had unleashed. As we disappeared into the jungle, leaving behind the smoking ruins of Moreau's grand experiment, I couldn't help but wonder, in trying to escape this island of horrors, had I instead become inextricably bound to it? Only time would tell. Chapter 20. The Descent. I stood alone on the beach, the weight of the revolver heavy in my hand. Before me, 3 beast men advanced, their misshapen forms a grotesque reminder of Moreau's twisted experiments. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of my precarious situation. 2 empty chambers in the gun, a whip at my side, and nothing but my wits to keep me alive. "Kneel," I commanded, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through my veins. I cracked the whip, the sound sharp and authoritative in the still air. The beast men hesitated, their animal instincts warring with the remnants of humanity Moreau had forced upon them. I could see the conflict in their eyes, a flicker of recognition, a spark of defiance. "Kneel," I repeated, louder this time. The whip cracked again, closer to their feet. "The law demands it." Slowly, agonizingly, they sank to their knees. I felt a rush of relief, quickly tempered by the knowledge that this was but a temporary victory. How long could I maintain this illusion of control? "Good," I said, keeping my voice level. "Now, you will carry Montgomery's body into the sea. It is the will of the law." As they moved to obey, I couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of the situation. Here I was, Edward Prendick, playing at being a god to these monstrous creations. But what choice did I have? It was either this, or succumb to the chaos that threatened to engulf the island. From his vantage point in the dense foliage, the hyena swine watched the scene unfold on the beach. His lips pulled back in a snarl, revealing yellowed teeth still stained with blood. The man who was not Moreau commanded the others, and they obeyed. But why? The hyena swine's mind, a confused jumble of animal instinct and imposed human thought, grappled with the concept. The law was gone, wasn't it? The master was dead. So why did the others still bow to this weak, fleshy creature? A low growl rumbled in his throat as he watched the man who was not Moreau direct the disposal of the bodies. Something deep within the hyena swine's twisted psyche recognized a threat. This man was trying to take the master's place, to impose a new law. But the hyena swine remembered the taste of blood, the thrill of the hunt, the joy of giving in to his true nature. He would not bow, not again. With a snarl that was half laugh, half howl, the hyena swine melted back into the jungle. He would bide his time, and when the moment was right, he would show the others that the old law was truly dead. I wiped the sweat from my brow, the tropical sun beating down mercilessly as I surveyed the beach. The bodies were gone, consigned to the depths of the sea, but the evidence of the night's violence remained. Dark stains on the sand, scraps of torn clothing, the acrid smell of smoke still lingering in the air. "You," I said, pointing to one of the beast men. gather seaweed, and cover these bloodstains. The law demands cleanliness. As they worked, I kept a wary eye on the jungle's edge. The encounter with the hyena swine had left me shaken. My missed shot had not only depleted my limited ammunition, but had also revealed a weakness. How long before the more aggressive beast people decided to test their strength against mine? When the gruesome task was complete, I dismissed the beast men with what I hoped was an authoritative wave. Go now. Remember the law. No spilling of blood. No eating of flesh. They loped off, their gait an unsettling mix of human and animal movement. As I watched them disappear into the jungle, I felt a profound sense of isolation settle over me. I was alone on this island of monsters, with no allies and no safe haven. I needed to think, to plan. But where could I go that was truly safe? The burning of the enclosure had robbed me of the one secure place on the island. Now, every rustling leaf, every snapping twig could herald my doom. Finding a relatively secluded spot near the beach, I sank to the ground, my back against a tree. I closed my eyes, Montgomery's words echoing in my mind. "They'll revert," he had said, his voice slurred with alcohol and despair. Moreau knew it. It's why he had to keep pushing, keep experimenting. The beast always wins in the end. I shuddered, remembering the wild look in the hyena swine's eyes. How long before the thin veneer of humanity Moreau had grafted onto these creatures wore away completely? And what would become of me when it did? A sound from the jungle snapped me out of my reverie. My eyes flew open, hand instinctively reaching for the revolver. A figure was approaching. Another beast man, this one with the features of a wolf grafted onto a human form. "Stop!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet. "What do you want?" The wolf man hesitated, then spoke in a gravelly approximation of human speech. "Hungry," it said. "Others hungry too. No food since—" It trailed off, but I understood. No food since the chaos of the previous night, since Moreau's death and the collapse of the old order. For a moment I was tempted to help, to try and organize some kind of food distribution, to reassert control through benevolence rather than fear. But then I saw the way the wolfman's eyes darted to the revolver in my hand, the way its muscles tensed as if preparing to spring. "Go!" I yelled, raising the gun. "Back to the others. The law forbids you from coming here." The wolfman retreated, but not before I saw a flicker of something dangerous in its eyes. Contempt, hatred, or simply the stirring of primal hunger. As it disappeared into the jungle, I realized my mistake. In my fear and isolation, I had missed a crucial opportunity to establish myself as a leader, to create a new order that might have kept the beast people in check. Now, driven by hunger and confusion, they would only grow more dangerous. I needed to find food for myself, and quickly. My own hunger was beginning to gnaw at me, clouding my thoughts. But more than that, I needed to find a way to survive in this hostile world, to carve out a place for myself among these creatures that were neither fully animal nor fully human. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the island, I made my way cautiously towards a cluster of huts I had seen earlier. My stomach churned with a mixture of hunger and fear. What horrors might I find inside? What remnants of Moreau's twisted experiments lurked in the growing darkness? But I had no choice. To survive, I would have to confront the very monsters I feared, and perhaps, in doing so, confront the growing darkness within myself. The hut was a crude structure, little more than a collection of branches and leaves haphazardly lashed together. As I approached, the smell hit me, a pungent mixture of rotting vegetation and something else, something musky and animal. I hesitated at the entrance, my hand tightening on the revolver. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the gathering twilight. "Is anyone there?" Silence greeted me. Steeling myself, I pushed aside the makeshift door and stepped inside. The interior was dark and oppressively humid. As my eyes adjusted, I made out the vague shapes of primitive furnishings. A pile of leaves that might have been a bed, a crude table fashioned from a tree stump, and there on the table a pile of fruit. My stomach clenched at the sight. Most of the fruit was overripe, verging on decay, but at that moment it looked like a feast fit for kings. I stumbled forward, grabbing a soft, pulpy mass that might once have been a mango. As I raised it to my lips, a sound from outside froze me in place, footsteps drawing nearer, the shuffling gait of a beast person. Panic seized me. I was trapped, cornered in this tiny hut, with nowhere to run. My mind raced, calculating the odds. 2 bullets left in the revolver, the whip at my side. But against how many? The footsteps stopped just outside. I could hear breathing, heavy and animalistic. Then a voice, guttural but unmistakably trying to form words. "Man," it growled, "we know you here. We smell you." I swallowed hard, my throat dry despite the juice of the fruit still on my lips. This was it, the moment I had been dreading since Moreau's death, the moment when the beast people finally turned on me. "What do you want?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause, then, "Food. We hungry. You take our food." I looked down at the fruit in my hand, suddenly understanding. This wasn't just some random hut. It was a food store for the beast people. And in my desperation, I had blundered right into it. "I'm sorry," I said, my mind racing for a solution. "I didn't know. I'm hungry too. We're all hungry." Another pause. I could almost feel the confusion radiating from the creature outside. It was used to clear rules, to the absolute law of Moreau. This situation, negotiation, compromise, was foreign to it. "Then we share," it said finally. "You come out, we eat together." For a moment I was tempted to give in, to try and forge some kind of alliance with these creatures. But then I remembered the look in the hyena swine's eyes, the barely contained violence lurking beneath the surface of every beast person I had encountered. "No," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. I can't. The law forbids it. We must eat separately. It's the will of the master." A low growl from outside. "Master dead. Law dead. You lie." I closed my eyes, feeling the situation slipping away from me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, to do something. But I was trapped, cornered like an animal. And in that moment, as the beast person outside prepared to force its way in, I realized the terrible irony of my situation. In trying to maintain control, in clinging to the vestiges of Moreau's authority, I had become the very thing I feared, a creature driven by instinct and fear, desperately trying to survive in a world it didn't understand. As the crude door of the hut began to splinter under the assault from outside, I raised the revolver. 2 bullets, 2 chances to survive this nightmare. But as my finger tightened on the trigger, a chilling thought struck me. What if, in saving myself, I was destroying the last hope for some kind of order on this island? What if, in my fear and desperation, I was becoming the very monster I was trying to fight? The door burst open, and I found myself face to face with my future. Whatever choice I made in the next few seconds would define not just my fate, but the fate of this entire twisted ecosystem Moreau had created. As the beast person lunged forward, its eyes wild with hunger and confusion, I made my choice. For better or worse, this was the world I now inhabited, and I would have to find a way to live in it or die trying. 21. The descent into darkness. I awoke to the sound of guttural growls and the pungent smell of wet fur. For a moment, disorientation gripped me as I struggled to remember where I was. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the crude shelter, reality crashed down upon me with brutal force. I was on the island, surrounded by the beast people, Moreau's grotesque creations that blurred the line between man and animal. The dogman's misshapen form loomed over me, his eyes, a disturbing mix of canine loyalty and human intelligence, fixed on my face. "Master," he whined, his voice a gravelly approximation of human speech. "You wake. Good. Others say Master dead, say Whip's gone. But I know. I loyal." I sat up slowly, my mind racing. So the other beast people believed Moreau and Montgomery to be dead. Perhaps I could use this to my advantage. But first I needed to ensure the dogman's silence. "Listen carefully," I said, keeping my voice low and authoritative. "You must not tell the others that I am here. Let them think the master is gone. But remind them that he is always watching. Can you do that?" The dogman's tail wagged, an unsettling sight on his mostly human form. "Yes, master, I do. I good dogman." I nodded, patting his head in a gesture that felt both comforting and deeply wrong. "Good. And the hyena swine, have you seen him?" A low growl rumbled in the dogman's throat. "Hyena swine bad. Kill, eat flesh, break law." "We'll deal with him," I promised, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. "When the time is right." As we emerged from the shelter, the full impact of my new reality hit me. The clearing was filled with beast people, their forms a nightmarish menagerie of Moreau's cruel experiments. They milled about, some engaged in crude attempts at human behavior, others giving in to their more animalistic instincts. I steeled myself, knowing that what I did next would determine my fate on this island. With the dogman at my side, I strode towards the center of the clearing where a fire burned. As we approached, the beast people fell silent, their mismatched eyes fixed upon me with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "Listen," I called out, my voice ringing with an authority I didn't entirely feel. "You may think the master is gone, but you are wrong. He is always watching, always listening, and the law still stands." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I saw confusion, disbelief, and in some eyes a dangerous spark of defiance. "The House of Pain is no more," a voice called out. The ape-man, his simian features twisted into an expression of doubt. "We saw it burn. The master is dead." I cracked the whip, the sound sharp in the humid air. The beast people flinched as one, years of conditioning momentarily overriding their doubts. "Fool," I shouted. "The House of Pain will return, stronger than ever. The master has simply changed his form. Even now he watches us from above. Those who break the law will face his wrath." As I spoke, I saw the doubt in their eyes begin to waver. They wanted to believe, I realized. The law, cruel as it was, gave structure to their confused existence. Without it, they were lost, neither fully animal nor truly human. "What is the law?" I demanded, falling into the familiar rhythm of their chant. "Not to go on all fours. That is the law," they responded, their voices a discordant chorus. "Are we not men? What is the law? Not to spill blood, that is the law. Are we not men?" As the chant continued, I felt a mix of triumph and revulsion. I had done it, re-established control, at least for now. But at what cost? How long could I maintain this charade? And what was I becoming in the process? From the edge of the clearing, hidden in the shadows of the dense jungle foliage, the hyena swine watched the scene unfold with a mixture of hatred and hunger. His eyes, gleaming with a feral intelligence, never left the figure of Prendick as he commanded the other beast people. The hyena swine's mind, a confused jumble of animal instinct and imposed human thought, struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. The master was dead. He had seen the burning of the House of Pain with his own eyes. And yet, here was this man, this weak, fleshy creature speaking with the master's authority. A low, rumbling growl escaped the hyena swine's throat. He remembered the taste of blood, the thrill of the hunt, the joy of giving in to his true nature. He would not bow to this new master, not again. As he melted back into the jungle, a plan began to form in his twisted mind. He would bide his time, gather his strength, and when the moment was right, he would show the others that the old law was truly dead. The hunt was on. Months passed, each day a struggle for survival and sanity. I watched as the beast people slowly reverted, their hard-won humanity slipping away like sand through an hourglass. Their speech became less coherent, their movements more animal-like. Even my loyal dog man began to change, his words giving way to barks and whines. I found myself adapting to their ways, learning to read the signs of aggression or submission in their body language. I became adept at using the whip, not just as a tool of intimidation, but as an extension of my will. The revolver remained my last line of defense, its 2 remaining bullets a constant reminder of how precarious my position truly was. One sweltering afternoon, as I returned from a foraging expedition, I stumbled upon a scene that chilled me to my core. The dogman's body lay at the edge of our camp, torn and bloody. The hyena swine's work, without a doubt. Grief and rage warred within me as I knelt beside the corpse of my only true ally on this god-forsaken island. The dogman had been more than just a companion. He had been a bridge between my world and that of the beast people. With his death, I felt the last vestiges of my humanity slipping away. As I stood, my hands clenched into fists, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A mocking laugh howl from the jungle's edge. The hyena swine was close, taunting me, daring me to face him. "Come out," I shouted, the whip in one hand, the revolver in the other. "Face me, you coward!" He emerged from the shadows, his form more beast than man now. Saliva dripped from his jaws, and his eyes gleamed with a mix of hunger and hatred. "Man," he snarled, his voice barely recognizable as speech. "No master, no law, only hunger, only kill." We circled each other, neither willing to make the first move. I knew I had only one shot, literally and figuratively. If I missed, or if the hyena swine's thick hide absorbed the bullet's impact, I was done for. He lunged, faster than I expected. I fired, the sound deafening in the enclosed space of the clearing. The hyena swine stumbled, blood blossoming on his chest. But he didn't fall. With a roar of pain and fury, he charged. I brought the whip up, catching him across the eyes. He howled, momentarily blinded, and in that instant, I made my move. I threw myself forward, pressing the revolver against his head, and fired my last bullet. The hyena swine collapsed, his massive body twitching once before going still. I stood over him, panting, covered in blood, and worse. I had won, but the victory felt hollow. Looking around at the beast people who had gathered to watch the confrontation, I saw not awe or respect in their eyes, but hunger. They were remembering the thrill of the hunt, the taste of flesh. I knew then that my time on the island was coming to an end. One way or another, I had to escape. The raft was a crude affair, lashed together with vines and hope. Prendick pushed it into the surf, his heart pounding with anticipation and fear. This was it, his chance at freedom, at returning to the world of men. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. The raft began to disintegrate almost immediately, unable to withstand the pounding waves. Prendick found himself back on the beach, soaked and despondent, watching his dreams of escape drift away on the tide. It was in this moment of despair that he saw it, a tiny speck on the horizon, growing larger by the minute. A boat, a real boat, not some cobbled-together raft. As it drew closer, Prendick's excitement turned to confusion, then horror. The boat was occupied, but its passengers were motionless. Dead, he realized with a sickening lurch in his stomach. When the boat finally washed up on shore, Prendick approached cautiously. Two men lay in it, their bodies ravaged by exposure and thirst, but the boat itself was sound, and more importantly, it was his ticket off this nightmare island. He worked feverishly, emptying the boat of its grim cargo and refilling it with fresh water and what meager provisions he could gather. All the while, he kept a wary eye on the jungle's edge, knowing that the beast people would be drawn by the commotion. As Prendick prepared for his departure, he couldn't help but reflect on the cruel irony of his situation. He had come to this island a civilized man, horrified by Moreau's experiments. Now he was leaving as something else. Not quite a beast man, but no longer fully human either. The island had changed him, perhaps irrevocably. I was so lost in these thoughts that I almost missed the movement at the tree line. The beast people were emerging, drawn by the scent of the dead men. Their eyes, once filled with a spark of human intelligence, now gleamed with pure animal hunger. In that moment, I knew I couldn't delay any longer. With a final push, I shoved the boat into the surf, leaping aboard as the first wave lifted it. As I began to row, I heard the howls and snarls of the beast people on the beach. They were fighting over the bodies, tearing at flesh with teeth and claws. I rowed harder, putting distance between myself and the island, but even as the shoreline receded, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving a part of myself behind. The island, with all its horrors and mysteries, had become a part of me, and I a part of it. As the sun set on my first night at sea, I allowed myself a moment of hope. I was free of the island, yes, but was I truly free of its influence? Only time would tell. For now I set my course for the shipping lanes, praying that salvation would come before my meager supplies ran out. The vastness of the ocean stretched before me, a canvas of possibilities. But in the deepening twilight, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere behind me, on that accursed island, the beast people were watching, waiting, and perhaps in some twisted way, missing their reluctant master. I shook off these thoughts and focused on the horizon. Whatever lay ahead, it had to be better than what I was leaving behind. Didn't it? As the last light faded from the sky, I whispered a quiet prayer, not to any god, but to the vast, indifferent universe. "Let me be human," I murmured. "Let me remember what it means to be a man." The waves lapped at the sides of the boat, a rhythmic sound that could have been soothing under different circumstances, but to me it sounded like laughter, the island's laughter following me out into the endless sea. 3 days passed, each one blending into the next in a haze of scorching sun and relentless thirst. I rationed my meager supplies carefully, but I knew they wouldn't last much longer. The horizon remained stubbornly empty, mocking my hopes of rescue. It was on the morning of the 4th day that I saw it, a smudge on the horizon that gradually resolved itself into the unmistakable shape of a ship. My heart leaped in my chest, a surge of hope so powerful it was almost painful. I waved frantically, shouting myself hoarse, though I knew they were still too far away to hear me. As the ship drew nearer, I could make out figures on the deck, pointing in my direction. I was saved. I was going home. But as the reality of my impending rescue sank in, a new fear gripped me. How could I explain what had happened to me? Who would believe the tale of Moreau's island and its grotesque inhabitants? The brig Ipecacuanha, bound from Apia to San Francisco, took me aboard with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. I must have been a sight ragged, sunburned, with a wild look in my eyes that spoke of horrors beyond imagining. "What's your name, stranger?" the captain asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "Prendick," I replied, my own voice hoarse from disuse. "Edward Prendick. And where did you come from, Mr. Prendick? What happened to you?" I opened my mouth, ready to pour out the whole incredible story. But as I looked at the faces around me, I saw the doubt already forming in their eyes. They wouldn't believe me. How could they? The truth was too fantastic, too horrifying for any sane person to accept. I I was shipwrecked," I said instead, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "Drifted for days. I can't remember much else." The captain exchanged a glance with his first mate. It was clear they didn't entirely believe me, but what other explanation could there be? "Well, Mr. Prendick," the captain said, clapping me on the shoulder, "you're safe now. We're bound for San Francisco. You can rest and recover until we make port." As I was led below deck, I heard the whispers begin among the crew. "Mad," some said. "Touched in the head," others agreed. But a few, those who had looked into my eyes and seen the depths of fear and knowledge there, wondered if there wasn't more to my story than met the eye. I was given a small cabin, a luxury after my time on the island and in the open boat. But as I lay in the narrow bunk that first night, listening to the creaking of the ship and the distant murmur of the crew, I found no comfort in my rescue. Every shadow seemed to hide a beast person, ready to pounce. Every unfamiliar sound made me start, expecting to hear the guttural cries of Moreau's creations, and when I closed my eyes I saw them. The hyena swine's mad grin, the dogman's loyal eyes, Moreau's cold, calculating stare. I was free of the island, yes, but I was beginning to realize that I might never be free of its influence. The return to civilization was harder than I could have imagined. The bustling streets of San Francisco, once a welcome sight, now filled me with a nameless dread. Every face I saw seemed to hold the potential for bestial reversion. Every laugh or shout made me flinch, expecting to hear the guttural cries of Moreau's creations. I tried to explain at first, to tell my story to those who would listen, but I quickly learned that the truth was too fantastic, too horrifying for most to accept. The few who didn't dismiss me outright as a madman looked at me with pity or fear, and so I learned to keep my silence, to bury the memories of the island deep within my psyche. But they wouldn't stay buried. At night I would wake in a cold sweat, convinced that I could hear the padding of inhuman feet outside my door. In crowded places I would find myself scanning faces, looking for signs of animal traits, a slightly protruding jaw, eyes set too far apart, ears that seemed just a bit too pointed. It was during one of these episodes, as I stood frozen in the middle of a busy market, that I realized I could no longer live this way. I needed help, needed to find someone who could understand, who could help me make sense of the chaos in my mind. That's when I remembered Dr. Samuelson, a mental specialist who had once mentioned knowing Moreau. With trembling hands, I wrote to him, pouring out my story in a letter that I'm sure must have seemed the ravings of a lunatic. To my surprise and relief, he agreed to see me. The day of our meeting dawned bright and clear, a mockery of the darkness that swirled within me. Dr. Samuelson's office was a haven of calm, all polished wood and leather-bound books. The man himself was older than I expected, his hair silver and his face lined with the wisdom of years. "Mr. Prendick," he said, gesturing for me to sit, "I must admit your letter intrigued me. You say you encountered Moreau. On an island?" I nodded, the words tumbling out of me in a rush. I told him everything: the shipwreck, the beast people, Moreau's experiments, and my own descent into a world where the line between man and animal had become hopelessly blurred. Throughout my tale, Dr. Samuelson remained silent, his expression thoughtful. When I finally fell silent, exhausted by the recounting, he leaned forward in his chair. "Mr. Prendick," he said, his voice gentle, "I believe you." Those 3 words were like a balm to my tortured soul. For the first time since my rescue, I felt a glimmer of hope. "You do?" I asked, scarcely daring to believe it. Dr. Samuelson nodded. Moreau was a complicated man. Brilliant, undoubtedly, but his methods were ethically questionable, to say the least. What you've described, it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility, given what I knew of his work. We talked for hours, Dr. Samuelson helping me to process my experiences, to understand the trauma I had endured. And while his words couldn't erase the memories or completely quell the fear that had taken root in my heart, they did provide a measure of relief. But as I left his office that day, stepping back into the bustling streets of the city, I realized that some wounds run too deep to ever fully heal. The world of men, with all its noise and chaos, was no longer a place where I could find peace. Prendick stood at the edge of the small clearing, his eyes scanning the dense foliage that surrounded his new home. The cottage was modest, but it was his sanctuary, far from the madding crowd and the constant reminders of his time on the island. Here, in the quiet of the countryside, he had begun to rebuild his life. His days were filled with reading, with small experiments in chemistry, with long walks in the woods that surrounded his new home. But it was the nights that truly brought him peace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Prendick set up his telescope. The stars, unchanging and eternal, had become his companions. In their cold, distant light, he found a solace that human company could no longer provide. He adjusted the telescope, focusing on the constellation of Orion. As he gazed at the familiar pattern of stars, a memory surfaced, not of the horrors of the island, but of a conversation with Montgomery in those early days before everything fell apart. "Do you ever wonder," Montgomery had asked, his words slurred by drink but his eyes clear and searching, "if we're not the monsters? If what Moreau's doing isn't just accelerating the natural order of things?" Prendick hadn't understood then, but now, as he looked up at the vast expanse of the universe, he thought he finally grasped what Montgomery had meant. Humanity, for all its pretensions of civilization, was still governed by the same primal drives as any animal. The capacity for violence, for cruelty, for bestial regression. It was there in all of us, waiting just beneath the surface. Moreau's experiments hadn't created monsters. They had simply stripped away the thin veneer of humanity, revealing the beast that lurked within. As this realization washed over him, Prendick felt a curious sense of calm. The fear that had been his constant companion since leaving the island began to recede. In its place came acceptance, not just of what he had witnessed, but of his place in the grand tapestry of existence. He was no longer Edward Prendick, traumatized survivor of an impossible nightmare. He was simply a consciousness, a brief flicker of awareness in the vast, indifferent cosmos. And in that awareness he found a measure of peace. The days blended into weeks, and the weeks into months. I found a rhythm to my solitary life, a peace I had thought lost forever. But the memories of the island never truly faded. They haunted my dreams, colored my perceptions of the world around me. One crisp autumn morning, as I walked through the woods near my cottage, I heard a sound that made me freeze in my tracks. A low growl, almost but not quite human. For a moment, I was back on the island, surrounded by beast people fighting for survival. My heart pounding, I spun around, half expecting to see the hyena swine lunging at me from the underbrush. Instead, I saw a large dog, its teeth bared as it confronted a small fox. The two animals circled each other, locked in a primal dance of predator and prey. I watched, transfixed, as the dog finally pounced. The fox darted away, disappearing into the undergrowth with a flash of its russet tail. The dog gave chase, its excited barks fading into the distance. As my pulse slowly returned to normal, I found myself laughing, a sound so foreign to my ears that it startled me. The truth of my situation struck me with sudden clarity. I had been so focused on the bestial nature lurking within humanity that I had forgotten the flip side of that coin, the spark of consciousness, of self-awareness that separated us from the animals. Yes, we had the capacity for great cruelty, for violence and regression, but we also had the ability to choose, to rise above our base instincts. Moreau's experiments had been a perversion of nature, an attempt to force evolution along an unnatural path, but true change, true growth could only come from within. I returned to my cottage that day with a newfound sense of purpose. I may have left the island, but my journey was far from over. There were still questions to be answered, mysteries to be unraveled. And perhaps, in seeking those answers, I could find a way to bridge the gap between the man I had been and the person I had become. That night, as I gazed up at the stars, I felt a shift in my perspective. The universe was vast and indifferent, yes, but it was also filled with wonder and possibility. And I, Edward Prendick, was a part of that universe, changed, scarred, but still human, still capable of growth, of understanding, of connection. I picked up a pen and began to write, pouring out my experiences, my fears, and my newfound insights. Perhaps, I thought, by sharing my story, I could help others understand the delicate balance between our human and animal natures. Perhaps I could prevent another Moreau from pushing the boundaries of science without regard for the ethical implications. As the words flowed onto the page, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. I was no longer running from my past. I was embracing it, learning from it, using it to forge a new path forward. The beast people of Moreau's island may have been monstrous creations, but they had taught me an invaluable lesson about the nature of humanity. We are all, in a sense, caught between two worlds, the world of instinct and the world of reason. The challenge lies not in denying one in favor of the other, but in finding a balance between the two. As I wrote deep into the night, I felt a sense of hope dawning within me. The world was still a complex and often frightening place, but I was no longer paralyzed by that fear. I had survived the island, I had faced the darkness within myself and within others, and I had emerged, not unscathed but stronger for the experience. The stars wheeled overhead, silent witnesses to my transformation. And as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I realized that my true journey was only just beginning. Chapter 22. The Stars Above. The gentle rocking of the boat had become a constant companion, a rhythmic lullaby that both soothed and unsettled me. 3 days had passed since I'd pushed off from the shores of that accursed island, leaving behind the nightmarish creations of Dr. Moreau and the remnants of my own humanity. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched out before me, an endless blue that mirrored the emptiness I felt within. I found myself grateful for the solitude, for the blessed silence that had replaced the cacophony of bestial cries and half-formed words that had been my constant companions for so long. And yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon on that third day, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned, half expecting to see the misshapen form of the hyena swine or the pleading eyes of my loyal dogman. But there was nothing. Nothing but the endless sea and the encroaching darkness. A chuckle escaped my lips, a sound that held no mirth. "You're losing your mind, old boy," I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice startling in the stillness. As night fell, I found my gaze drawn upward to the vast canopy of stars above. Their cold, distant light seemed to mock my predicament, reminding me of just how insignificant I was in the grand scheme of the universe. And yet there was comfort in that thought, too. Whatever horrors I had witnessed, whatever changes had been wrought upon me, I was but a speck in the cosmos. My troubles, my fears, my very existence, all were as nothing compared to the eternal dance of the heavens. It was in this moment of cosmic contemplation that I saw it, a distant shape on the horizon, growing larger with each passing moment. A ship. Salvation or damnation, I couldn't be sure, but as it drew nearer, I felt a curious mix of relief and dread wash over me. Was I ready to rejoin the world of men? Could I trust myself among them, knowing what I now knew about the thin veneer of humanity that separated us from the beasts? As the ship's outline became clearer, I steeled myself for what was to come. Whatever awaited me, it had to be better than the nightmare I was leaving behind. Didn't it? Aye. The crew of the brig Ipecacuanha stared at the bedraggled figure before them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The man they had pulled from the small boat looked more animal than human. His clothes tattered, his beard wild and unkempt. But it was his eyes that truly unsettled them, eyes that seemed to hold secrets no man was meant to know. "What's your name, stranger?" the captain asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. The man hesitated as if trying to remember. "Prendick," he said finally. "Edward Prendick. And where did you come from, Mr. Prendick? What happened to you?" Prendick's gaze darted around the deck, taking in the faces of the crew. For a moment he seemed about to speak, to unleash a torrent of words about islands and beasts and the horrors of men playing God. But then he saw the doubt in their eyes, the barely concealed skepticism. I was shipwrecked," he said instead. "Drifted for days. I can't remember much else." The captain exchanged a glance with his first mate. It was clear they didn't entirely believe Prendick's story, but what other explanation could there be? "Well, Mr. Prendick," the captain said, clapping him on the shoulder, "you're safe now. We're bound for San Francisco. You can rest and recover until we make port." As Prendick was led below deck, the whispers began among the crew. "Mad," some said. "Touched in the head," others agreed. But a few, those who had looked into Prendick's eyes and seen the depths of fear and knowledge there, wondered if there wasn't more to his story than met the eye. The return to civilization was harder than I could have imagined. The bustling streets of San Francisco, once a welcome sight, now filled me with a nameless dread. Every face I saw seemed to hold the potential for bestial reversion. Every laugh or shout made me flinch, expecting to hear the guttural cries of Moreau's creations. I tried to explain at first, to tell my story to those who would listen, but I quickly learned that the truth was too fantastic, too horrifying for most to accept. The few who didn't dismiss me outright as a madman looked at me with pity or fear. And so I learned to keep my silence, to bury the memories of the island deep within my psyche. But they wouldn't stay buried. At night I would wake in a cold sweat, convinced that I could hear the padding of inhuman feet outside my door. In crowded places I would find myself scanning faces, looking for signs of animal traits. A slightly protruding jaw, eyes set too far apart, ears that seemed just a bit too pointed. It was during one of these episodes, as I stood frozen in the middle of a busy market, that I realized I could no longer live this way. I needed help, needed to find someone who could understand, who could help me make sense of the chaos in my mind. That's when I remembered Dr. Samuelson, a mental specialist, who had once mentioned knowing Moreau. With trembling hands, I wrote to him, pouring out my story in a letter that I'm sure must have seemed the ravings of a lunatic. To my surprise and relief, he agreed to see me. The day of our meeting dawned bright and clear, a mockery of the darkness that swirled within me. Dr. Samuelson's office was a haven of calm, all polished wood and leather-bound books. The man himself was older than I expected, his hair silver and his face lined with the wisdom of years. "Mr. Prendick," he said, gesturing for me to sit, "I must admit your letter intrigued me. You say you encountered Moreau on an island?" I nodded, the words tumbling out of me in a rush. I told him everything, the shipwreck, the beast people, Moreau's experiments, and my own descent into a world where the line between man and animal had become hopelessly blurred. Throughout my tale, Dr. Samuelson remained silent, his expression thoughtful. When I finally fell silent, exhausted by the recounting, he leaned forward in his chair. "Mr. Prendick," he said, his voice gentle, "I believe you." Those 3 words were like a balm to my tortured soul. For the first time since my rescue, I felt a glimmer of hope. "You do?" I asked, scarcely daring to believe it. Dr. Samuelson nodded. "Moreau was a complicated man, brilliant undoubtedly, but his methods were ethically questionable, to say the least. What you've described, it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility, given what I knew of his work." We talked for hours, Dr. Samuelson helping me to process my experiences, to understand the trauma I had endured. And while his words couldn't erase the memories or completely quell the fear that had taken root in my heart, they did provide a measure of relief. But as I left his office that day, stepping back into the bustling streets of the city, I realized that some wounds run too deep to ever fully heal. The world of men, with all its noise and chaos, was no longer a place where I could find peace. And so I made a decision. I would leave the city, find a place where I could be alone with my thoughts, where the constant fear of seeing humanity revert to its beastly nature wouldn't haunt my every waking moment. I found a small cottage in the countryside, far from the madding crowd. There, surrounded by books and the simple tools of scientific inquiry, I began to rebuild my life. My days were filled with reading, with small experiments in chemistry, with long walks in the quiet woods that surrounded my new home. But it was the nights that truly brought me peace. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I would set up my telescope and lose myself in the vastness of the cosmos. The stars, unchanging and eternal, became my companions. In their cold, distant light, I found a solace that human company could no longer provide. One night, as I gazed up at the constellation of Orion, a memory surfaced, not of the horrors of the island, but of a conversation with Montgomery in those early days, before everything fell apart. "Do you ever wonder," he had asked, his words slurred by drink but his eyes clear and searching, "if we're not the monsters? If what Moreau's doing isn't just accelerating the natural order of things?" I hadn't understood then. But now, as I looked up at the vast expanse of the universe, I thought I finally grasped what he had meant. Humanity, for all its pretensions of civilization, was still governed by the same primal drives as any animal. The capacity for violence, for cruelty, for bestial regression. It was there in all of us, waiting just beneath the surface. Moreau's experiments hadn't created monsters. They had simply stripped away the thin veneer of humanity, revealing the beast that lurked within. As this realization washed over me, I felt a curious sense of calm. The fear that had been my constant companion since leaving the island began to recede. In its place came acceptance, not just of what I had witnessed, but of my place in the grand tapestry of existence. I was no longer Edward Prendick, traumatized survivor of an impossible nightmare. I was simply a consciousness, a brief flicker of awareness in the vast, indifferent cosmos. And in that awareness I found a measure of peace. The stars wheeled overhead, their light a reminder of the eternal laws that govern the universe. Laws that cared nothing for the petty distinctions between man and beast, between civilization and savagery. In their cold radiance, I found a truth that both comforted and terrified me. We are all, in the end, alone in the face of eternity. And yet, as I stood there under the canopy of stars, I felt more connected to the universe than I ever had before. The horrors I had witnessed, the changes wrought upon me by my time on the island, all of it paled in comparison to the vast, unknowable wonder of existence itself. For the first time since my ordeal began, I smiled, a genuine smile, untinged by fear or madness. Whatever the future held, whatever strange turns my life might take, I knew that I could face it. For I had looked into the heart of darkness, had seen the beast that lurked within humanity, and had emerged, changed, yes, but unbroken. As I turned to go back inside, a shooting star streaked across the sky, a brief, brilliant flash of light in the darkness. And in that moment I felt a surge of hope, not for myself, not for humanity, but for the sheer, breathtaking wonder of a universe that could contain such beauty and such horror in equal measure. Whatever came next, I would face it with open eyes and an open mind. For I had learned the most important lesson of all, that in the face of the infinite, our fears and our hopes, our triumphs and our failures, are all equally insignificant. And in that insignificance, paradoxically, lies our greatest strength. Epilogue. Years have passed since I first put pen to paper, chronicling my experiences on Moreau's island. My account, initially met with skepticism and disbelief, has gradually gained acceptance in certain scientific circles. It has sparked debates on the ethics of genetic experimentation and the nature of humanity itself. I still live in my secluded cottage, but I am no longer the recluse I once was. Scholars and scientists occasionally seek me out, eager to discuss the implications of Moreau's work. I engage with them cautiously, always aware of the fine line between scientific curiosity and dangerous obsession. The nightmares have faded, though they never truly disappear. On rare occasions, I still wake in a cold sweat, the echoes of bestial cries ringing in my ears. But these episodes no longer paralyze me with fear. Instead, they serve as reminders of how far I've come, of the strength I've found within myself. My telescope remains my most prized possession. Each night, as I gaze up at the stars, I am reminded of my place in the universe, a tiny speck of consciousness in an impossibly vast cosmos. But rather than feeling insignificant, I feel connected to something greater than myself. The beast people, Moreau, Montgomery, they are all gone now, existing only in my memories and in the pages of my account. But their legacy lives on in the questions they've raised about the nature of humanity, the ethics of scientific advancement, and the delicate balance between our rational and animal natures. As I stand here, watching the sun set on another day, I am filled with a sense of wonder. The world is still full of mysteries, still capable of surprising me. And I, Edward Prendick, am still capable of learning, of growing, of evolving. The island changed me, there's no denying that. But it didn't break me. It showed me the darkness that exists within all of us, yes, but it also revealed the incredible resilience of the human spirit. We may have the capacity for great cruelty, but we also have the potential for great compassion, for growth, for transformation. As the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, I smile to myself. Whatever the future holds, whatever new challenges or discoveries await, I know that I am ready to face them. For I have looked into the heart of darkness and emerged not unscathed, but unbroken. The beast within has been acknowledged, understood, and ultimately integrated into the whole of who I am. And in that integration, I have found a peace I never thought possible. The stars shine down, silent and eternal. And I, Edward Prendick, once a reluctant witness to the horrors of Moreau's island, now stand as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. My journey continues, one day at a time, under the vast canopy of the cosmos.
And so, dear listener, we leave behind the haunting shores of Dr. Moreau's island, but its echoes will linger long after the final words have faded. As you return to your own world, consider the lessons etched in blood and terror on that distant atoll. The line between man and beast, between creator and creation, is far more tenuous than we dare admit. In our relentless pursuit of progress, do we risk becoming the very monsters we seek to transcend? Prendick's journey is a stark reminder of the responsibility that comes with knowledge and power. It challenges us to look deep within ourselves and confront the animal instincts that civilization so thinly veils. Remember, the true horror of Moreau's Island lies not in its grotesque creations, but in the mirror it holds up to our own humanity. In the end, we must ask ourselves, are we truly as far removed from the beast folk as we'd like to believe? As you close this chapter, carry with you the weight of these questions, for in grappling with them, we may yet find the key to our own evolution, not of flesh and bone, but of spirit and conscience. Thank you for embarking on this unsettling voyage. May it serve as both a warning and an inspiration in your own journey through the uncharted territories of the human experience.